Okay, welcome everyone to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting in Hearing Room 408, City Hall, July 2nd, 2014. It is now 4:06. Mr. Clerk, can you call the first item?
Item number 1, call the roll. Roll call and agenda changes. On the call of the roll, Member Rummel.
Present.
Rummel present. Member Winston. Winston absent. He did inform us at the last meeting that he was out on assignment. Member Wolf. Member Wolf did state at the last meeting that he was starting a new job and he was not sure if he could attend. Member Washburn.
Present.
Washburn present. Member Pilpel.
Present.
Pilpel present. Member Highland.
Present.
Highland present. Member Hepner.
Present.
Hepner present. Member David.
Present.
David present. Member Oka.
Present.
Oka present. Vice Chair Fisher.
Present.
Fisher present. Concerning agenda changes, we do have a request for continuance from Sophie Deanda concerning file number 14031. She did make a request for ADA accommodations, and we were not able to provide them on short notice. The ADA coordinator from the Board of Supervisors is here if you have any questions concerning the request.
So she's requested a continuance. All I need is a motion.
I'm not making a motion.
Member Washburn?
So move.
Second.
Can we,
Discussion.
let's read so that the gallery knows what we're motioning here. Let's read the motion.
The
It's for
motion,
continuance, right?
the motion is continue item number 3, file number 14031, to the next available meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. If you have questions concerning the reason, I believe Mr. Ng would have
Okay.
knowledge concerning that.
So we'll open it up to public comment momentarily. Does anybody on the task force want to question Mr. Ng?
I had some questions about the motion generally.
Do I go public comment first or questions?
The motion, the members may discuss it.
Okay,
prior to
members,
public.
go ahead and discuss and question, then we'll go to
So-
public comment. So come on up,
So
Mr.
are
Ng.
the complainant and respondent present?
No, complainant's
Either.
not here.
I
Respondent.
believe the respondent
Respondent's
is
here.
present.
Respondent is here. Did we get anything in writing on the
Yes, we
request for
have.
continuance?
It's in the packet.
I'm sorry, when you say
Oh.
it's in the file, it's not before us.
I received this 2 days ago and this morning, so the request came in on short notice.
Okay, in the future, when we get something after the packet has been put together, can we have copies of it at the meeting so that we can evaluate the request for continuance?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did you have any questions for Mr. Ng?
I prepared for this item. I was prepared to hear it, so I'm probably going to vote against the continuance. I think we should be able to hear the item. That's all.
May I ask, it was an ADA request was submitted, and is that so?
That's correct. Wilson Ng, Records Manager for the Clerk of the Board, also newly appointed ADA Coordinator. I did receive a ADA accommodation request for 3 accommodations. This is the first item, the first accommodation being real-time captioning due to a cognitive disability. The second is written transcripts, and the third is request for a bulletproof vest. So 2 out of the 3 of the requested items, through the consultation of Mayor's Office of Disability, we were able to rule that out as not within the scope of ADA accommodations. As far as real-time captioning, the department has done a number of due diligence efforts to find that type of accommodation, and we did receive that request on Monday. We read that request on Monday. It was submitted on a Saturday, so we did have 48 hours to see whether we had the resources to accommodate captioning. We inquired with SFG TV and Media Services, who advised that it would not be logistically and technologically feasible, or at least not easily, because real-time captioning is only done via live TV broadcasts. And I have had several conversations with Sophia as well to get a little bit more context on alternative methods to accommodate her disability. In her email to me, or addressed to Madeline Licavoli, who was a previous ADA coordinator, who recently retired effective close of business Monday. Based on that email, she did mention her disability as hearing loss, and we tried alternative methods to accommodate that request. But upon phone conversation, it sounds to me like that she was adamant about the captioning requests, which internally we didn't have the resources to accommodate that. With that said, we did inquire with MOD to see if there were any additional resources available, and the only resources available at the time would be to solicit a third-party vendor, which would be at a cost. We're pending a response, but I have inquired with the city attorney's office on just exactly where the threshold of a reasonable accommodation lies, and whether the department would be accountable for any expenses incurred to accommodate that, and if so, would that burden lie with the clerk of the board, whether it would be expensed to MOD, or whether it would be to the department that's appearing before you guys today. So those are a couple internal questions that we have to answer. We are pending some answers from the city, some advice from the city attorney's office, but based on our survey with our current departments and our resources that we have at hand, we were not able to accommodate that request. I'm not certain whether additional time or continuance of this item at the next meeting, whether we would be able to accommodate that request, and that's a question that can't be answered at this time. But that's what I have gathered within the 48 hours that we have had to look at this request.
So, Mr. Ng, you kind of started on my next question.
Sure.
If we kick this down the road a month, will that give you enough time to come up with the requests or some reasonable accommodations? I don't want to just keep postponing this and postponing this. And I don't know anything about what our disability requirements are other than we have to accommodate this somehow. We have to accommodate disability, whatever it takes.
So again, we are still pending on a response from the city attorney's office, and perhaps we can ask today as to where the threshold of a reasonable accommodation lies, and if we were to accommodate this request, it wouldn't be without expense. So,
Mr.
Hold on a second.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Members, everything goes through the chair on discussions like this. So why don't we go Member Hepner and then Member Pilpel?
Thank you. Mr. Ng, thanks for the explanation. Sure. So you mentioned that she was adamant about the live captioning request. Was the complainant similarly adamant about the written transcript request and the bulletproof vest request?
No, she actually was able to. She said, "I'll retract the bulletproof vest request as well as the transcription."
And to be clear, the live captioning request could be easily satisfied if, for instance, we had a live television feed of these meetings.
I would have to take a look at what the technical requirements are. I think if we were to solicit a third-party vendor, it would. I think it would vary depending on what the services of the vendor would provide.
Thank you.
Some may bring their own projection screen to display. Some may require that we patch into a television screen, and it would be dependent on the vendor's availability as well.
Thank you.
Member Pilpel?
So if we're going to continue chatting about this, as background, first of all, the complainant has been before the task force before. It's been many years, perhaps Member Washburn remembers.
I don't remember this particular complainant.
I do. And the task force, I'm not sure in connection with this particular complainant, has had requests for real-time captioning and has accommodated those requests. Someone came and they have a device that's similar to a court reporter, and they projected onto a screen with the captions as people were speaking. You'd see words on the screen. So we have, that functionality exists. I guess I'm just concerned that the request was received so late that it couldn't be handled. In the future, if there's some way to understand if there's a need for any sort of accommodation, that should be heard earlier so that we can address that. And so we're not in the position of having to consider continuing the matter. So,
Member Oka?
Yes. just to be clear, was the request for continuance by the complainant?
Yes, it was.
Well, and we should
any other?
hear, and I'm sorry,
Go
we
ahead,
should
Member.
hear from the respondent as to their opinion of the request.
Yeah, why don't we get the respondent up here? Is this, I think you're in the back of the room. DPH, is that who it is?
Yep.
Nancy Sarai with the Department of Public Health. We don't really have an opinion on the request, but we're willing to cooperate.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else before I turn this over to the public? Okay. Let's fire up 3 minutes and come on up. I'll take public comment on this motion.
What is the motion to postpone?
The motion is to continue the item to the call of the chair.
Oh, I heard to the next available meeting. Are we changing that?
It was next available meeting.
The next available meeting is call of the chair at that point, because
All right.
Okay.
there are several agendas have been
So
set
let's call
already.
it call of the chair.
Okay, I'm Peter Warfield. I'm not a party to this and I'm not familiar with this. I appreciate the task force discussing this in more detail, certainly, than we had it presented. Certainly members of the public and others would expect that with an expensive renovation of City Hall some years ago that we would have a facility that is accessible in most senses. In many places, there are people doing signing for the deaf, and so that involves hiring or obtaining a live person to be present during the proceedings or the speech to sign. And so I don't know why there couldn't be an accommodation made. I think one of the members mentioned where somebody who would be present to sign, a sort of an equivalent person would be there to provide the captioning. Whether that person is in the room or whether that person is somewhere else where broadcast is occurring, it seems to me that there needs to be some research, certainly, about whether it's possible to simply have somebody in the room if it's not possible to do the broadcast method. So I do think that you should accommodate in any reasonable way the request in deference to the complainant. Thank you.
Patrick Manetsaw. I'm going to make this really brief because it's an ADA accommodation request. You guys should simply cut off debate, vote, and make it unanimous.
Do I have any other public comment? Okay, hearing none. Let's go with a roll call vote.
On a motion to continue the item number 3, file number 14031, to the call of the chair. Member Rummel.
Aye.
Rummel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Pilpil.
No.
Pilpil, no. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member David.
Aye.
David, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. The motion passes. Item number 2, elections of officers. Election of Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Chair and Vice Chair for the period of July 2nd, 2014 through June 30th, 2015.
I don't remember how we did this. We just open it up to nominations?
Yes, we can do that.
Okay. Should I break it up, start with chair? And go
We
to
can
vice?
make the motions and then open up for public comment, and then we can vote on it, I believe.
Do we split it
We
up?
can split it up, yes.
We should split it up.
We should.
Yes, are there any nominations for chair?
Well, yes, I'll start.
Yes.
I nominate Member Washburn for chair.
I'll second.
One moment. Yes. one moment, please. No, if the audience would let the chair take control of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other nominations? Let's do these in order for chair.
If you'll accept the nomination, I nominate you to continue as chair. So I nominate Louise Fisher to continue as chair.
I'll second.
Thank you. I'm going to, what do I say, respectfully and politely and flatteringly decline that. But thank
Fine
you.
by me.
But we have other things coming up. Do I have any other nominations?
Are there any other nominations for
So,
chair?
Let's public comment that and then vote. Or do I have more? Let's
No,
go with
discussion.
wait, I believe Member Highland?
You nominate yourself?
Yes.
Nominate myself?
Nomination of Member Highland. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second.
That is seconded.
Okay, Member Pilpel, discussion?
So, a couple of things. Since Member Highland nominated himself, I assume that he's willing to serve. I don't think we heard from Member Washburn if she accepts the nomination.
I do accept the nomination.
Okay, great. So we actually have a contest. Yay. Perhaps we could hear from both candidates as to what they would do and how their time commitments affect their ability to perform as chair.
Let's go in order. Member Washburn?
At the present time, I'm the longest serving member of this body, so I carry some institutional memory. I thought about this long and hard about whether I wanted this position. I understand that it entails a great deal of work beyond the at least 20 hours that many of us spend every month just being members or members of committees as well. And I live and work in the city. I work at home, so my time is very flexible. I also had a conversation with Mr. Young at the end of our last meeting and understand that it's possible for the work that is involved in chairing this body can be split with the vice chair, for example, that the chair doesn't have to do everything and the vice chair can do more than simply chair the meeting when the chair isn't there. So that made it more feasible to me to be able to do that. As far as the workload of the task force, we continue to have backlogs. I have had a lot of experience chairing meetings I've been the president of several boards of directors in the city. I've had, I don't know, a dozen or more years experience chairing meetings, often contentious ones. And I've certainly seen this body in action this is the start of my 7th year. So I have some ideas on how to run a smooth meeting, ensuring that there's a lot of spirited discussion amongst the members, as well as ample time for the public to weigh in. We learn a lot from the public always. And so I think there are also ways to thoughtfully schedule or develop the agenda so that we apportion the work so that we get it done in a reasonable way, and including scheduling other meetings. We have some work that we have to do in the near term. We have to get we have to weigh in on the grand jury report. So we're going to be working particularly hard in the next 2 months. Also, and the grand jury report hints at the need to make some amendments to our ordinances governing open government and transparency. The Ethics Commission seems to have more problems than we do. But, this is something, the ordinance needs to be amended. It needs to be strengthened. I've been a part of many, many meetings and discussions about this. It's something that we need to get busy on, and working with activists in the community who would be involved in seeing this through in an initiative process. So that's some interest I have there. And I appreciate your nomination.
Sure. Thank you, Member Washburn. Member Highland.
Well, first of all, let me say I'm very pleased that Member Washburn has put her name up, and I thought I'd just put my name up just to keep you honest, so to speak. I like the idea of splitting the workload between the chair and the vice chair, and I'm happy to step down my nomination for chair and maybe perhaps run for vice chair, if you'd like, or we can put it to a vote and kind of go that route as well. In deference to your seniority, and I like in deference to your experience, let me phrase that, and I kind of like the idea of having a female as a chair in terms of with respect to diversity. I think that's a good signal that we send. So I think, listening to myself speak, I'd like to withdraw my nomination for chair, and I would wholeheartedly support.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go with public comment. Any other discussion from the task force? Let's open it up to public comment then. Mr. Clerk?
Is there any public comment?
Patrick Manetsaw here as a private citizen. I strongly support the nomination of Dr. Washburn. With that said, I'm hopeful that Member Hylett will, in fact, be nominated or nominate himself for vice chair. We need a complete 360 change of focus on this body. Mr. Hyland's remarks during the June 5th hearing at the Rules Committee was absolutely brilliant. Spoken 3 languages, demonstrated his own diversity, his intelligence, his commitment to this body, and I can think of no better person to serve as vice chair than Mr. Hyland. And we desperately need Dr. Washburn's, how did you phrase it? That's it. That's what we need.
And seniority.
That's it.
I'm Alan Grossman, and I probably have had more experience with the task force than almost anybody in the room except Allison. Until the purge, which happened 2 years ago, all of the chairs had been deeply steeped in the workings of the task force and the Sunshine Ordinance. Doug Comstock, Hope Johnson, Rick Nee, among others, go back many years. And there's a reason for that, because it's a tough job. You have to know the rules, and you have to know how to run a meeting. With the purge, of course, all the experienced members were gone. And the 3 organization members who remained mainly carried the burden. But none of the others had any experience, and since some of the new members hadn't even attended a meeting before they applied. Since the purge, Ms. Kitt and Ms. Fisher have tried to learn on the job. Of course, Ms. Kitt's gone. But neither, without disparaging them, really understand the laws or are conversant on records issues, which is the main purpose here. They were so eager to revert back to this 6-vote rule, which you will hear about from me later, that they lost sight of what their job was. So I would think only Allison, of all the people here, who is intimately familiar with the law, she helped in the regulations that the Ethics Commission finally adopted. She chaired the Amendments and Compliance Committee and dealt with all of the issues that the whole task force dealt with, and really supported the actions of the whole task force. So she knows the ropes well enough to bring the task force back to where it was under Doug Comstock and Hope Johnson and Rick Nee and the people who were intimately involved, not only at these meetings, but they helped to participate in the law and in what followed. So I really would support Allison wholeheartedly. Thank you.
I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, and I support the nominee without qualification. I think that both from what she has said and, more important, from what she has done, I think she certainly has institutional memory. I certainly think she has a very considerable understanding of the law, which isn't always that straightforward or clear, and especially when you're being pulled in this or that direction by one interest or another. But what I would particularly note is that I think she respects the public, which not all of the members and all of the chairs have done, has a real sense for fairness, and is a kind of gets it sort of person. She gets the larger picture and the larger issues, as well as some of the details which may be important in building towards that understanding and other understandings. So at the risk of scotching it, I'll stop early without using my all 3 minutes and urge you to vote her as chair. Thank you.
Dr. Derek Kerr, good afternoon, task force members. I also fully support the nomination of Alison Washburn as chair and Chris Hyland as vice chair because they're independent and they promote open government. Most of you came here because you believe in monitoring open government and in the concept of a people's court. But some of you were planted here by Supervisor Scott Wiener, David Chu, and Mark Farrell to purge members of the task force who supported a complaint about the finagling of the Park Merced development deal. In time, there'll be other high-profile complaints that challenge our supervisors, the mayor, or the city attorney's office. Some of you will feel called upon to function as a counterweight to the city's legislative, judicial, and executive powers. But others will be called upon to return favors or to advance their political ambitions by keeping City Hall in the shadows. That's because some of you are primarily beholden to government officials rather than to open government. So these two nominees would be excellent. They're not tainted by conflicts of interest. They're independent. And it'll restore my faith in the task force if you do elect them. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Thomas Piccarello. I'm going to come at this a different way. With all due respect to Ms. Washburn, who I think is one of the strongest sunshine advocates on the task force, I would like to see Task Force Member Hyland reconsider and run for chair for a couple of reasons. Number one, Ms. Washburn is regarded as part of the old kangaroo court. And what we want to show the Board of Supervisors in city departments, city agencies, and perhaps the mayor's office. This isn't the old kangaroo court. And you're both very qualified, but I think it would be helpful to the task force that we have a chair from the new appointments. And I highly regard Mr. Highland, and I urge him to run for chair, and perhaps Ms. Washburn can sit as vice chair. I think that would be in everyone's best interest. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment? Public comment is closed on this motion.
Member Pilpel, did you have something to add?
Yeah, just to clarify, I want to make clear I do not believe Member Washburn is either a kangaroo or part of a kangaroo court or has anything to do with kangaroos, but she respects kangaroos. I have no objection to Member Washburn serving as chair. I believe that she would be respectful of both majority and minority viewpoints on the task force. I did want to just correct the record briefly. I agree that Member Washburn has more consecutive years of service at this time on the task force, but I have served on the task force at 3 different points in time from 1996 to 2000, including a term as chair from 2004 to 2008 and from 2012 to present. But I am not interested in being an officer at this time. So good luck to Member Washburn.
Stand corrected.
Should we just go with a roll call vote?
Yes, on the motion.
Let's repeat the motion.
The motion is to elect Member Washburn as chair of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. On that motion, Member Rummold.
Aye.
Rummold, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member David.
Aye.
David, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. The motion passes.
Okay. Let's move on to the next one then.
Nominations for Vice Chair of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Let's go with Member Oka first.
Yes. I nominate Member Highland for vice chair.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Oh, give me a second.
Second.
Member
I
David.
second. Do I
Okay.
need to say anything else?
No, that's it. Member David?
Are there any other nominations?
Member David?
I nominate Member Fisher.
And I'll second.
Oh, sorry. Do I have any other nominations?
Actually, Chair Washburn is the chair of the committee now.
Oh, I thought it was at the end of the election of officers.
That'll be fine. It makes no.
You want to take a? Let's just finish
That's
this.
fine. We have 2 nominations. Are there any other nominations?
I would happily nominate myself. I do know that's going to attract some criticism as I'm new on the Sunshine Task Force, but as a token of my willingness to step forward and do that job, I would nominate myself.
Is there a second?
Am I allowed to second if I've nominated someone else?
Yes.
I will second.
All right.
Are there any further nominations? There are no further nominations.
So whoever's in charge currently, could we again hear from the nominees?
Yeah,
that they accept and a little vision?
Let's go in order. Member Highland?
I like the fact that Member Hefner stepped up, and don't worry, we have other things in mind for you if this doesn't work out. I mean, we have a very talented task force this time around. I've captained many teams in my past, whether it's golf, tennis, other athletics, and I like leading, and this is a great team. I'm really excited about this. So I'd be happy to help out as a vice captain, if you like, or as a vice chair. With that in mind, we do have several other committees, some of which have been active, some of which have been dormant. So we're going to get to that after this. So I think we really need to share the work and get through this caseload and really kind of get to another gear in this task force. I think my talents lie maybe in writing. I was an English major, so I can certainly help Chair Washburn in the annual report, as I've already indicated, in some other areas. I kind of like to keep you guys that are attorneys and have better knowledge of the law than I do for some of the harder, more technical subcommittees, perhaps, like the EOTC or perhaps even the compliance and amendments. That's kind of where I'm going with this. So I think I would best serve the task force in this chair, but I'm open to wherever I might best help out. Thank you.
Oh, I have to pick myself next. Okay. We'll just, Member Hepner, we'll just go in order of how we were nominated. So I, too, have given this a great deal of thought, and it's a lot of work to be chair. And that's when Allison and I discussed splitting loads and how that's important. Again, I'm going to go with the experience, and I've been your vice chair for 2 years. There's a great deal of work on it. But what I am going to address is, and something I've said to many other members here, is this whole thing about politics and ambitions and opinions. I hope I'm speaking for the rest of the task force. We check our opinions at the door. I mean, when we come in here, it's neutrality. And we're here to be balanced, offer a balanced view. I know that many people feel that it's not balanced, but I truly believe we're here for a balanced view. As for political ambitions, I work in the private sector. I work for a laser radar robotics company. I design robots and radar and mapping and simultaneous localization. That has, and it's nowhere near the city. I work down the peninsula. So I really have no political ambitions. I don't work with anybody in the city. My company does not have anything to do with the city. I have no real political ambitions. I'm active in the community. That's why I wanted to be on the task force in the first place. So I would just like to continue as your vice chair. That's all I've got. Member Hepner.
Sure, and just very briefly, I do believe that both Vice Chair Fisher and Member Highland are extraordinarily qualified, and perhaps I was just throwing in my hat to keep you both honest. I think I would be happy to rescind my application or my nomination for the position, which I think I can do on my own motion. But I do, I look forward to approaching the big questions that this task force is wrestling with, and would happily serve on whatever committee is suitable for that purpose.
So I'm the second to the nomination. I don't want to withdraw my second. I think that Mr. Hepner would be an outstanding. I think we have three very good choices, and I actually would like to hear public comment on the three different members. I don't think we can have a bad result with any of these, and so. With all due respect, I'm going to make you stay in this because I actually think that I do think that you would also make a good vice chair. So, yeah.
Public comment?
Okay, seeing no more discussion, I'll open up to public comment.
Patrick Minetshaw. As I indicated, I think Member Highland would make an absolutely excellent choice as vice chair, and you should approve him in that unanimously. I believe Member Hepner would be a great replacement for chair of the EOT committee, which has been absolutely, totally ineffective for 2 years. As for Ms. Fisher, she is active in the Alice B. Toklas Club, I believe, largely under the influence of Supervisor Scott Wiener. I think a lot of people know in this town Scott Wiener runs the Toklas Club. I think she's being disingenuous with you about aspirations. as for Mr. Piccirillo's comments, that we should demonstrate to City Hall that there had been a former kangaroo court, which is absolute nonsense. I want to remind you, you don't have an obligation to City Hall. You have an obligation to the voters. You owe nothing to the legislative branch or the executive branch to let them off the hook, since they are such a large volume of the complaints that are filed before you. More, I think possibly Ms. Fisher intentionally misled the Rules Committee on May 15th, as did, more than likely, Member David and Member Pilpel. Member David misled them on his attendance record. I think Ms. Fisher kind of supported Mr. David's misleading of the Rules Committee. And there were several things that disturbed me in Member Pilpel's testimony when he sought reappointment and possibly also misled the Rules Committee. So I think the choice is clear. I think Mr. Heppner should be nominated or appointed by the chair as chair of EOT to clear up one ethical problem, including the problem of possibly holding himself out before the Ethics Commission inappropriately. So please cast your vote for Member Highland.
Good afternoon, Richard Nee, alleged former kangaroo. I just want to raise a procedural question, and perhaps Mr. Colo is best suited to answer this. Nominating officers is not the same as a substantive motion on a hearing, and I am not sure, and with all due respect to Member David, I am not sure that his refusal to withdraw a second is the final determination on whether a person nominated can decline the nomination. So I think that's something that should be cleared up before the vote is taken.
I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. First of all, I don't know of any rule that would prevent anybody who is certainly vice chair from serving on any of the other committees as chair. So I don't see being vice chair, as you've heard earlier, incidentally, the vice chair essentially runs meetings when the chair isn't available and doesn't have a lot officially to do. Perhaps you want to recheck your bylaws. So I don't see that issue as being a real issue. There is no rule against the vice chair, and I don't believe, for that matter, the chair serving as chair of other subcommittees. I would support Member Highland and Member Heppner, but certainly not Member Fisher. And by the way, I think the chairing should be done now by the new chair. Chair Washburn should be running this meeting. And that's precisely because you're 2 days late, according to the bylaws, in appointing in voting for a chair, and because the chair has very significant roles, including with respect to fairness. when Ms. Fisher says she's fair and nonpartisan, just last meeting, she threw together a tripling up of complaints, then took an extraordinarily long amount of time to explain to the complainant how she was going to make up the rules which aren't in your bylaws and aren't in the procedures that people get, including the public, for how things are run. So now she was winging it and being very nice to the complainant. When a member of the public, myself, simply inquired how she was going to run this tripling up of 3 complaints as respects the public and public comment, and remember there were issues of jurisdiction as well as the substance, she refused to answer. I had to ask twice, and she refused to answer. She's not fair, and there are many other problems that I won't go into. I think this task force desperately needs fresh blood and fresh energy, and so I would lean slightly, well, perhaps more than slightly, in favor of Mr. Heppner, who I think has energy, has the wherewithal to do a very good job. Again, I would have no problem with Mr. Hyland as well. Thank you.
Thomas Piccarello. The characterization of a kangaroo court didn't come from me. It came from the city attorney's office. And most people that know me that I didn't subscribe to that position because I prefaced that quotation about the kangaroo court by stating that Ms. Washburn is one of the strongest sunshine advocates on the task force. All right. I am also consistent. So I supported Mr. Hyland for chair of the task force, so I'll certainly support him for vice chair. Mr. Heppner, I would urge or try to seek chair of the Compliance and Amendments Committee, which is one of the problems the task force is having, is after the orders of determination you make, they're not being enforced. So I would strongly urge you to sit on the Compliance and Amendments Committee, chair the committee. Your legal background would be very helpful. So I will support Task Force Member Hyland for vice chair since he didn't follow my advice and run for chair. Thank you.
Dr. Derek Kerr again. I'm concerned about having an officer of this task force with no prior experience on the task force. That's what happened the last term, part of the purge. However, being a chair of a committee is an excellent second choice. I'm also concerned about officers who may disempower the public, either because of their political affiliations or their lack of knowledge of the arising of the task force and why it was created. I'm also concerned about having officers who might cripple your independence. Because of these concerns, I support Member Chris Hyland as the vice chair. Thank you.
Is there any other for public comment? Public comment is closed.
Looks like we've got some discussion.
Yeah, I just want to state for the record that when people refer to the purge, that Member Hyland was one of the new members that joined the rest of us who were as part of the purge also. So he was one of the people who was, who was appointed to the task force at the same time as the rest of us purgers were. The second thing that I also would like to point out is that Mr. Heppner is very active in the Harvey Milk Club. So if people have a problem with Lou Fisher being very involved in the Alice B. Toklas Club, I'm curious as to why they aren't consistently raising their concern that Mr. Heppner would have the same political baggage that comes along with it. So I just wanted to be clear that, what the record is for this. All that being said, as I said before, I think we have 3 outstanding choices, and I'm confident that whoever ends up winning will do an outstanding job. That's all.
Member Pilpil?
Just as a matter of procedure, I think when we're done with discussion, assuming that we still have the 3 nominees, I think each member's name is read and they call out a name of one of the 3, and then we tally up the votes. And normally the lowest vote getter, if it's not the same, if there's not a tie, the lowest vote getter is eliminated, and then we have a second round of voting. So that's
Is that how it's
There's no
done?
specific rule.
that's normally the procedure that I've experienced where there are multiple candidates. And then we'll see whatever else.
I'm going to go with Member Washburn and then Member Wolf.
We need to deal with the issue that Member Emeritus Snee raised about whether or not Member David could refuse to rescind his second for...
Actually, before we get to that, I'm not sure that Member Hefner actually withdrew. I think he said he would be willing to, so maybe that's what we should address first.
I will maintain my motion to withdraw. I am appreciative of the comments, and that was very worthwhile. I appreciate all of that, but I move to withdraw myself.
Member Hepner can decline the nomination just as...
We'll call it a decline.
Decline, excuse me.
Now we're down to 2, so fine.
So you want to just do a roll call and we give a name and...
Call for a vote. What happened to Rick Mee's observation about...
Hey, can I talk to my clerk, please?
We may take a vote on each nominee at this time.
Again, as I understand it, normally the names are read out and you then indicate that you're either supporting Member Highland or Vice Chair Fisher.
There's...
Because it's not actually a motion, it's an election, it's a it's a different sort of process.
Let's go that way. Member Washburn?
I think that we should clarify to members of the public what's happened. It's confusing.
Go ahead.
I will call each...
Go ahead.
I will call each member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Please indicate if you would like to place your vote for Member Highland or for Member Fisher. At that time, I will add the numbers up and give you the results. Member Hepner has declined the nomination, so we have the choices are Member Highland or Member Fisher. Member Rummold.
Member Highland.
Rummold for Highland. Member Winston.
Is not here.
My apologies. Member Wolf.
Member Highland.
Wolf votes for Highland. Member Washburn.
I pass at this time.
Member Pilpil.
Member Fisher.
Pilpil votes for Fisher. Member Highland.
Member Highland.
Member Highland votes for himself. Member Hepner.
Member Highland.
Hepner votes for Highland. Member David.
Member Fisher.
David votes for Member Fisher. Member Fisher.
Fisher.
Member Fisher votes for herself. Member Oka.
Member Highland.
Oka votes for Member Highland. Member Washburn.
Member Highland.
Member Washburn votes for Member Highland. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Member Highland wins the vote by a vote of 6-3.
Congratulations.
So,
Do you want to stay there or you want to move?
One moment, please. 1 moment, please. Can the audience let the chair run the meeting, please?
I wanted to ask if we could have a 5-minute break to reconfigure ourselves, and then we'll begin with the next item on the agenda, item number 4.
Yes, we are on a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Huh? All right. Mr. Young, could you call the next item on the agenda, please?
Item number 4, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the Sunshine Task Force's jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
And you may have 3 minutes each for public comment.
Okay, I hope everybody is here. Okay. I missed your meeting before, but the issue of the 6-vote rule is back in the sense that one of the reasons why the purge happened was because ostensibly the task force changed its rule to have the conventional majority rules. But under pressure from the city attorney, primarily, the new members decided to revert back to that rule. And that rule is that in order to favor a complainant, the complainant must have 6 votes, irrespective of the number of members in attendance. And there were periods last couple of years where there were 6 or 7 members present. So essentially, it reversed the normal way of thinking on how these cases should be handled. I won't go into the whole legal issue, but apparently the city attorney, Mr. Givner, has now come out and said, you know, the task force isn't really an executive department or commission, and that changes everything. The older members, particularly Allison, will recall what I was suggesting, how this be handled. The second thing I think that's really important is the lawyer. In this case, Mr. Costa or Cola. Section 6730C is pretty clear on the role of the attorney assigned. He's got to be here full time. He works only for you, and he doesn't dip into the lore of the city attorney's office in order to give you advice. He's on his own. That hasn't been the case for years, but that is actually, if you read the section carefully, that's pretty darn important. Finally, the role of the city attorney is really scary. I don't know if Mr. Cola has had open government experience. I couldn't find out whether he was in the government group or not. But the government group that we've seen here consistently violates the ordinance 6721I, and proud to do that. The good government guide does not apply before this body. That is a publication of the city attorney. It's his view of many things, and he's wrong in a number of them. And I just would suggest that you be very careful, Mr. Cola in particular. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. Wow, this is different. I'm always having trouble wrapping my head around the Arts Commission, as you know. This week alone, there were 2 articles in the paper. One was even on the radio, KCBS. There was the presentation of the Arts Commission budget, where they allocated $919 per chair, 45 chairs, $4,000 per cubicle, which is an outrageous amount, refrigerators, dishwashers for their move to the War Memorial, I think, next summer or something. It actually outraged the Budget and Finance Committee, and it made the news. So I wonder what's going on over there, who's watching them. And then there was a second lawsuit filed by the Bayview Hunters Point Law Caucus, which was based on violation of open government laws. They allege that the grant-making process is not open to all applicants, that their meetings are done in closed session even though they are supposed to be public. So there was a recent lawsuit that was just filed. I think there are a lot of problems going on over there, and I hope that you guys can begin to enforce the orders. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public for a comment?
Yes, I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, and we've been before this body many a time and have won most of our cases. Unfortunately, in some cases where we haven't quote-unquote won, there was an issue of quorum, there was an issue of the 6-vote rule, so a 5-2 vote in this body now again, as in the past, is not considered a win for the public. I think it's certainly time to, as Alan Grossman has said, to revisit the 6-vote rule, or perhaps slice and dice it in some other fashion. For example, rather than voting whether to uphold a complaint, voting to uphold the defense that the departments may make. This task force has a lot of work to do in terms of what it should do and also what it can do in terms of fair operations and accomplishments. And I think that the public needs to be consulted. Over the years, I have said that you need to consult with the public in some way, solicit the public actively, perhaps, for example, go and find the people that have come to the task force with complaints, whether or not they've been heard. There may be people who come once and never come back after their experience. There may be people who weren't happy with the advice that the administrator gave, and so on. These things need to be made more public. First of all, I have referenced Section 67.30. Your task force has broad powers to advise on matters relating to open government. I'll read again from Section 67.30. I'd hope you'd be an activist task force, Section C at the end. The task force shall, from time to time, as it sees fit, issue public reports evaluating compliance with this ordinance and related California laws by the city or any department, office, or official thereof. There's a phrase that I heard recently that I like very much, which I understand comes from some not so popular groups who find legislation is made without their advice, and the phrase is, nothing about us without us. You've gotten bad advice from your city attorney, which I'll go into, but I think that it might be very useful for you to start early with soliciting from the public in whatever best way you can what they think, we think, needs improvement. And there's a whole range of things, which I won't go into now, but I hope you go forward with that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick Manette-Shaw. Let me circle backwards. I forgot to mention that former Vice Chair Fisher had done absolutely nothing to clear up that backlog. That should have disqualified her from consideration right there.
Sorry, this is public comment on agendas that are not on the item, not on the agenda tonight.
Excuse me. You have to go through the chair.
Madam Chair, this is public comment on issues that are not on the agenda. Mr. Manette-Shaw is talking about an issue that is on the agenda right now.
Well, I think that's a matter for debate, but I'll let him continue.
Thank you, Chair. It's not on the agenda because the agenda item's over. Therefore, ergo, it's off the agenda. I don't like being interrupted, Mr. David, as you well know. And I also wanted to add that the reason I didn't mention anything about the Harvey Milk Club is because it's not under the thumb of any one supervisor, as is Alice. I would like to remind the task force that Chair Washburn did the only ethical thing when you reconsidered the vote on the 6-vote rule. I believe she did the honorable thing and was the only task force member to vote against changing it back to the old way of doing things. For having done that, Dr. Washburn, thank you. It's interesting to see the administrator's report acknowledges that you follow Robert's Rules of Orders. I'm hoping that one of you will quickly brush up on them, because what just happened during the nominations for chair and vice chair did not follow Robert's Rules of Order whatsoever, which I think DCA COLA well knows or should. I'm respectfully requesting that at your next meeting you put on your agenda a discussion of who will be chair of both compliance and amendments and EOT, Member Washburn. And the reason for it is, as you know, I filed the complaint with the clerk of the board regarding Member Pilpul's potential violation of the SIA. I want to bring to your attention that both the San Francisco Retiree Healthcare Trust Fund has a code of conduct in which it outlines censure provisions. So does Robert's Rules of Order. I'm going to wait a reasonable amount of time before I file a sunshine complaint against Member Pilpul, because I think that you should follow Robert's Rules of Orders and from your own membership introduce a motion per Roberts to censure Mr. Pilpul.
Thank you. Are there additional comments from members of the public at this time?
Yeah, I'd like to congratulate Chairperson Washburn and Member Hyden for your new positions. I'd like to reiterate, though, what Mr. Shaw was saying regarding backlog of cases. You do have a 45-day rule. So you need to adhere to that 45-day rule. So you're going to need to start thinking of how you're going to achieve that goal. Tonight you have 3 cases on your agenda. That is not going to alleviate the backlog of cases. So, perhaps some of the cases that are, 60, 90 days outstanding could be sent to a committee and be heard. If you give both the respondent and the complainant the option of seeking resolution that way. But hearing 3 or 4 cases on your agenda, you're still going to be backlogged 50 or 60 cases. So you have to address that issue. I filed a complaint 90 days ago, and quite frankly, I dismissed it because I got satisfaction another way that was much quicker than waiting 90 days for you to hear my issue. And what you do when you delay things 90 days is you discourage members of the public from requesting public records or speaking in open meetings. Because to wait 120 days for resolution is not productive for them. So start thinking about other ways that you can deal with the backlog besides having 2 sessions. 2 sessions at 3 or 4 per session is still going to have a backlog of 50 cases. So maybe, again, 5 or 6 committee task force members can hear the cases and clear up your backlog. It's imperative to, again, people that want records and people that want to speak in public meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on matters not before us tonight? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda?
One moment. Item number 5, file number 14015, complaint filed by Carlos Gracias against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating civil service rule and unspecified public records law by failing to adequately respond to a public records request dated September 10, 2012.
All right, is the complainant here, Mr. Gracias?
Yes.
Okay. And the respondent, someone from the MTA?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. At this time, the complainant, Mr. Gracias, you'll have 5 minutes to...
Jurisdiction.
Oh, jurisdiction. Oh, okay. All right. At this time, we have a matter of business here. Can't believe I forgot that. We have to determine whether there is jurisdiction on this item. Has either party contested jurisdiction? Or has the MTA contested jurisdiction? Okay. All right. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
A second? Okay.
I'll second. Can we also clarify that this is only with respect to the Sunshine Ordinance? We don't have jurisdiction over the Civil Service Commission rules. That was part of the allegation.
Right. I believe, according to our agenda, this is just against the MTA.
But it's for violating.
Public records laws.
I think that's a matter for us to determine after we've, in hearing the case. But we have a motion before us. I'd like to invite members of the task force to discuss the motion before we take public comment.
I think Member Popel may have a point with the fact that the way it's written, it says for allegedly violating civil service rules, and I don't think we do have jurisdiction for that part of the agenda item.
That was the clarification I was attempting to make. We can certainly hear about the civil service rules as it relates to the case, but we can't find a violation of the rules.
But the allegation is also a violation of unspecified public records law.
Over which we do have jurisdiction.
Yes, we do. Is there any other discussion from members of the task force on this item?
Should we just revise the jurisdiction for public records laws and just move forward? So I'll offer that revision.
Okay, second? Okay. Does everybody understand what we just did? So the motion before us is to find jurisdiction, and this would be the complaint filed by Mr. Carlos Gracias against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for violating public records laws that are not specified in the agenda item description, but we'll hear more about it. Okay, is there any public comment on this motion?
Would have been interesting to hear the DCA COLA weigh in on the matter involved, or the aspect of the Civil Service Commission. I didn't look at the packet, your binders of materials, but I'm just wondering what are the DCA letters called? Remind me. What are the DCA letters to the task force called? Advisory opinions? That's what I'm talking. Was that addressed?
Excuse me.
Okay, I was just curious, but it would have been helpful to members of the public to hear any sort of discussion from DCA COLA on that aspect before you vote on this motion.
Thank you. Okay, just moving forward, things are getting kind of ragged already, partly my fault for forgetting about jurisdiction, but let's everybody run things through me. So members of the public and definitely members of the task force. So, okay, we're trying to hear each other as fairly and quickly as possible.
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association. I believe you're taking up jurisdiction at the moment and support jurisdiction. I don't think you are or can rewrite the agenda. I think you can specify whether or not you're taking jurisdiction on something, and here you have two specifically identified pieces: violating civil service rules and presumably violating unspecified public records law. So I support the motion, but I would ask you to look a little bit into, as the previous speaker mentioned, what the city attorney has said, but also what you think, because, again, I'm not familiar with this case. It's possible that there's something that the complainant had in mind, or that you had in mind when you put this on the agenda, and it's conceivable that there may be some applicability of sunshine with respect to civil service rules. And without knowing perhaps a little more about that, you might want to inquire further. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on the motion to find jurisdiction? Okay, seeing none. I'm sorry.
Hi there, Jennifer Johnston, Executive Director.
Excuse me, you're the respondent, so...
Oh, I'm not. I'm sorry, not in this matter.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
We've got a little confusing. My apologies. Jennifer Johnston, Executive Director for the Civil Service Commission. I did want to interject as a third party in this matter and just note for the record that the Civil Service Commission under the Charter has sole discretion over establishing policies and procedures in its civil service rules over merit system matters. So it would be the Commission's perspective the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force does not have the authority or the jurisdiction to determine if there's been a violation of the civil service rules. Respectfully, thank you.
Thank you so much. That helps a great deal. All right. Is there additional public comment on jurisdiction?
Well, this Ms. Johnson's on your agenda in the next case, so I think that's appropriate for her to respond regarding the case in front of her. That being said, I support the motion for jurisdiction until you hear what records were requested by the complainant. But again, it's improper for her to comment on this case since it goes to her issue of jurisdiction on the following case. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we take this motion by...
I would
without
like to
objection?
repeat the motion just to be sure that everyone is clear. This is a determination of jurisdiction concerning unspecified public records law only. Consideration of civil service rules has been removed from consideration and jurisdiction at this time.
Thank you. So can we pass this without objection from the members?
Second.
Okay.
I guess I would like to hear DCA Cola just weigh in on, can we change the agenda? I think that is a completely legitimate question.
Okay, yeah, that would be important to know.
Yeah.
As far as changing the agenda item, altering it?
Well, the way that we're trying to alter it right now, is there any problem? Like, I have no problem supporting the motion as it is. My question is that can we? Is it within the rules that we can do this? That's my question.
Well, you're within the rules. It's well within the rules to find jurisdiction for whatever you feel that as a task force you have jurisdiction over. And in my jurisdictional statement in my memo, I did state that the task force does not have the authority to adjudicate the portion of this complaint that alleges civil service rules violations. Having said that,
that's why I picked this up.
Mm-hmm. Having said that, the complainant also does make reference to requests for records that he made, and if the task force thinks that falls within the purview of the Sunshine Ordinance or the CPRA.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I think that I need to clarify my question to DCA Cola. So I'm not asking about the merits of the underlying case. Mm-hmm. I'm literally asking that can we, as the task force, right? We just made a motion the way that it reads on the agenda, right? We were finding jurisdiction for two things, like it was the civil service and the public records. right? That is the way it reads on the agenda. And the motion that is now before us is we've removed the words civil service, right? And we're just taking a vote to find jurisdiction for public records. Am I wrapping this up correctly? So my question is that can we as a body make that change without proper notification? Without, is this proper notification to the public that we are making the change of finding jurisdiction for just that specific part of the complaint?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Is there any objection to the motion? Seeing no objection, the motion passes.
All right, so now is the time that we hear first from the complainant, then the respondent, then the matter will be with the task force for questions for both parties. You'll have a chance for a rebuttal, but you, Mr. Gracias, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the task force for hearing this. It's not just about providing public records. It's not just about open government. It's also the method in which Ms. Johnson and SFMTA serves to intimidate me to not being able to access the promulgation of the Civil Service Commission rules. And it is part of the complaint. She may not remove it because she is not providing that specific document as dictated by Civil Service Commission. And Ms. Johnson cannot speak because she is a compliance officer and she can address the matters of this hearing and also the records in question. So I respectfully like the task force to determine and reconsider the civil service part of it, and in addition, use your powers to invoke and make sure that she presents the documents that I've requested in question and produce it in a timely fashion, which is now.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Through the chair. I'm sorry, to Mr. Gracias. We're going to hear your complaint against Ms. Johnston and the Civil Service Commission in a moment. Now would be the time for you to tell us about your interaction with the MTA and your allegation about whatever they did or didn't do.
Okay.
So this is really about the MTA.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
I'm holding a document from September 6, 2012. This is provided to me by the SFMTA HR and signed by the director, Donald Ellison, and in which he's citing 417.9 rule. I've inquired about that rule. I'm not bringing this up. They are. So they're claiming that they have the proper authority to cite that rule, and in which part of the rule states that they need to make public, of Part 2, in which how they promulgate the termination of a probationary employee. So I'm asking for the promulgation, meaning that made public. So I'm here to acquire that document from SFMTA, and the rule that the civil service rule that allows them, and whether or not Ms. Johnson, who clearly stated that there is no compliance made on that rule alone. So I like the task force to make SFMTA HR produce that promulgation. Is that a fair request? Is that an open government issue and a document attainment issue?
That's something that's in our jurisdiction, but you have some additional time to help us understand, how you went about requesting the information and just what happened. We'll be asking you more questions, but you have time to really fill us in.
Sure. His staff, Sherilyn Rona, when I called on September 10th, inquiring said documents, she stated that she did not know who I was. She did not know what this termination letter was about, or who put it on her desk, and she claimed ignorance of that. Subsequent to that, a week later, Sherilyn Roland sent me that same document with the civil service rule in which I have filed a request with the San Francisco Ethics Committee to inquire about this. They, in turn, never responded to me until 1 year later, which I believe the Ethics Committee has a reasonable way of inquiring why that is the case, why that there is no sort of accountability in SFMTA, let alone whether or not they know what they're doing. So that's the reason why we're before you. And I hope that I can get some assistance regarding this, and I do need this document. And as far as Ms. Johnson is concerned, she's refusing, to provide the compliance in question and the promulgation which she's required to ensure that is present. So these are some of the parameters of my complaint and why it is related, because the providing of the document is key, and it is that civil service rule that dictates that they have to provide this and in public view, and also when that was provided. According to research done in the Civil Service Commission, this compliance issue should have long been available for public viewing. And also, I would like the task force to inform other affected employees and parties of such determination. And I think I have covered everything. If there's any other questions.
Okay, you'll have, we're going to hear from the respondent or from anybody else who has supporting evidence for you, and then we'll have a chance to ask you questions. Thank you.
One more thing I needed to add is that when requested for a written respondent to the documents in question, to my questions, none were provided. And Don Ellison's office clearly evaded my questions and did not respond to call, even though his director, Mr. Reskin's office, was informed of that, and his personal cell phone was given, and I have left continuously many messages to no avail. And thank you. That's all I needed to add.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Is there anyone here to speak on your behalf at this time?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. At this time, the respondent from the MTA, you have 5 minutes to explain what happened here from your point of view.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Don Ellison, the Director of HR for the MTA. And again, our position is, in his letter, he's claiming of a verbal contact on September 10th, 2012. We have no record of that verbal request. Our first contact that we have from Mr. Garcias was the letter that we received on February 12th, 2014. And we believe we were very responsive to his request, and the information that you contained in your package was given to Mr. Garcias.
So could you just briefly explain what he was asking for and what you've provided? We have the copies here, but it would help us. You have some time to make sure we understand what was asked for and what was given.
Okay, basically he was given his notice of termination, which I signed. He was given the civil service rules concerning the release of probationary employees, and the internal document that we use to start the process to issue the release within our system.
And all of those are attached here.
Yes.
Do you have anything else to add? at
Nothing
this
else.
point? Okay. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Mr. Ellison for the MTA? Okay. Seeing none, the matter is now with the task force. We'll have questions probably for you, Mr. Ellison, so don't go too far, and for Mr. Gracias as well. So, members.
Whenever.
Member Pelpel?
Great. So let me start with Mr. Gracias. Could you come back up? So if I'm reading this correctly, you were working for the MTA from April till September of 2012?
Approximately, yes.
As
May after Memorial Day.
Oh, that's right.
Right.
Okay, there was a delay in the hiring there. And you were 73, 71, either at Green or MME?
At MME, yes,
okay.
sir.
Okay. Because I saw some of these names. I know of Ms. Walther. I don't know her personally. I know Mr. Ellis just retired over there. You understand that as a probationary employee, they could release you, and that appears to be what occurred. It seems that one of your questions is what was the reason for the release. Has it been made clear to you that in the case of a release?
No, it has not.
Okay. So the way I read it and interpret this, during a probationary period, you can be released for the agency's cause, for their reason. Actually, I shouldn't use the word cause. They can release you without giving a reason. They can just say, we hired you, it isn't working out, thank you, I'm sorry. And that's a rough translation, but I think that's sort of what happened, and I think you were trying to search for a reason for the release, and there really just isn't one. So that's how I interpret the documents.
Chairperson David, I'd like to explain something to you. Unfortunately, Civil Service Commission rules does not afford them that specific way of doing things. It clearly stated in 417.2, 417.9.2, that they have to make public their way of releasing a probationary employee. And that is not anywhere to be found in the city government, nor in the Civil Service Commission rules.
So then let's look at that for a second. I'm looking at pages 51 and 53 of our packet. I hope you have those nearby.
Is it on the binder? I apologize.
It is, and it's about to be right in front of you. So 417.9.1 discusses release of probationary employees generally.
Correct.
And 417.9.2 discusses release of probationary employees for disciplinary reasons. If you look at page 53, the next page in the packet, on the separation report, in the box on the right, termination, release from probation, the box is checked non-disciplinary. When it's a non-disciplinary release, there's no reason given. When there's a disciplinary release, there's a reason given. And that's the distinction that I'm reading here. And I think that also comes through in Mr. Ellison's letter and the attachment on the notice and report of probationary status, which was part of the release documents that you were provided.
Well, Chairperson David, I'd like to point out to you, you read the next part. You're supposed to read the part before, 417.9.1, in which part 2 says, consistent with these rules.
I was getting to that.
Okay.
So I was just first on the issue of the reason for the release. By the way, you were represented by Local 6 as an employee?
No, I was not. I've inquired, I've sent them letters. They refused to do anything as per possibly. I can, for a reason I cannot pinpoint. But they've refused to help, so to speak.
Well, my understanding is that you would have been represented by Local 6, and they should be, helping you or explaining.
Yes, theoretically, that is supposed to be the way it's happening.
So then I only have two other things for you on this. The 4.17.9.1, the sub 2 there, the consistent with the rules, they shall establish and promulgate procedures. Those are the procedures that you were looking for that you haven't gotten yet. Is that correct?
What are the procedures?
The procedures that are referred to here, those are the procedures that you've asked for and no one's given to you. Is that correct?
Yes, that is the case. Okay. And there's nowhere in public view, meaning that I've searched the Civil Service Commission rules in the city's website, in the city's...
That's fine. I'll ask Mr. Ellison about those in a second.
Okay.
So finally, as to your oral request, your complaint alleged that you had asked for this information orally from someone at the end of your employment. Do you know who you asked and when and under what circumstances? Can you explain that to us?
Yes. I guess initially I asked my immediate supervisor was in the meeting, I was in the meeting, and Carol Wahlberg was in the meeting, and both the manager and the supervisor were clueless as to what had happened. And I am clueless with respect to this termination.
Okay, but what exactly did you ask and of who and when?
Right. I asked specifically, I said, why am I being released from probationary employment? Plain and simple. And nothing was provided. I think a general response from Ms. Wahlberg was, I guess it didn't work out, according to the manager, Carol Wahlberg.
And was she the person who you asked this information from?
Yes, I asked both her, and I also asked my immediate supervisor at that time, Larry Freed. Also filed a complaint with Larry Freed, inquiring more about this, and the letter was returned to me after I sent it to them.
Okay. I think I'm all set with you. Thank you. I had some questions for Mr. Ellison.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Ellison, did I generally get that right in terms of the separation and the reason or not reason for a non-disciplinary probationary release?
Correct.
Okay. You, in addition to this September 6th letter with documentation that was sent to Mr. Gracias via several methods, was there this exit meeting with his immediate supervisor and Ms. Walther, or does that normally happen?
I can't speak to the meeting because I wasn't present. From an HR standpoint, we get the notice of the ending of termination, and it's a process. So I can't speak to any meeting he had with his direct manager or supervisor.
Okay. Are those supervisors and managers trained or advised that when an employee is being released, if they have questions, who they should direct those questions to, or how those questions can be answered? I mean, it sounds like the questions that Mr. Gracias was asking weren't unreasonable questions, and they may or may not have been the right people to answer them.
Yeah, and I agree that those are reasonable questions. Again, they're not trained, but the process is simply it's something they experience all the time. Normally, they're referred to HR, and by his own writing here, it seems that he asked his question to HR, but we're saying that we didn't hear from him. He seems to be aware that he should be talking to HR based on his own statement.
Okay, so just a couple final things. I guess in that sort of exit interview or exit discussion, if that occurs, perhaps the best thing to do is to direct the released employee to your letter where it says if you have any questions, contact the analyst, Ms. Nerona in this case, because supervisors and managers in the field generally aren't as well versed in the HR particulars, and this individual would have been best served by speaking to your analyst.
That's correct. And again, he received this letter at the time, so he was noticed to contact Mr. Nerona.
I understood. I got that. So if I can turn for a second to 417.9.1 sub 2, this language that Mr. Gracias refers to repeatedly, that consistent with these rules and subject to the approval of the commission, I guess that's the Civil Service Commission, the MTA Director of Transportation or his designee shall establish and promulgate procedures for administering and processing the release of probationary employees. Are there any such procedures?
Again, I could find no written procedures. There's a process, and it's what they do on a routine basis, but there is no written procedures. And as I read this, it doesn't say that there has to be under the civil service rules.
Well, it says shall establish and promulgate. So you're not aware of any written procedures that were developed either prior to your tenure in your position or during your tenure pursuant to that civil service rule?
Correct. Could find no written procedures.
Okay. And that was also made clear. Well, you just said that the release was based on Rule 417.9 attached, but you didn't actually directly answer the question of whether there were any procedures. But you're telling us now there aren't.
Correct.
Okay. And we may hear from Ms. Johnston later under the next item if Civil Service had any. And just the last thing I noticed in the page 55 of our packet, the notice and report of probationary status, you're still making reference in this, what I guess is a form document to Civil Service Rule 117, which I would think applies to miscellaneous employees but not service critical employees under MTA. So you may want to just check your forms to the extent that they perhaps ought to refer to the 400 series rules.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I hope that somebody understood that out there. But thank you.
Member Hepner, do you have some questions for either party?
Yeah, I have a follow-up question for the respondent. I'm with the respondent's representative. I have a follow-up question or two, and these are follow-up questions to questions that Member Popel just asked. When he asked whether you had procedures, had promulgated procedures, you said that you had found nothing written, and then you then said that there is a process that a regular process that takes place, and I'm wondering what that process is.
Okay, and I might have, it's by definition, I may have misspoke. Our process and our promulgation is those documents that you see, the separation report, the release from probationers. That's how we initiate the process, and if these are a standard procedural mechanism that we use. So if you're looking for a process or even promulgate a process, this would be it here. So the documents that he received, which is our documents that we go through in order to release a probationary employee.
Okay, and how does the releasing entity know to go through this process?
Again, it's an internal process. He gets the release letter on his release from probation. Our process internally is the use of those documents in order to start the release process or to create the release process.
Right, and is it codified anywhere internally or not, or is it with the HR department? You need to provide this separation report to this person. Is that written anywhere? Is
that would be standard operating procedures document? Yes.
Okay, and so maybe this standard operating procedures document is precisely what the complainant was seeking for when he was seeking documents relating to how he was terminated. Does that seem possible?
Okay, yes, that seems possible.
That was a bit of a leading question.
Yeah,
I apologize, but
no problem.
Okay, that concludes my questions.
Through the chair, I also had a question for the respondent.
Mr. Ellison?
Mr. Ellison? Sorry, we're still not quite done with you. Not to get into the civil service side of things, but what is a standard probationary period?
They're different, and I'm not sure for his union. I believe it's 6 months. No, it's a year.
A year.
It's a year. It's a year. I corrected that.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, I was informed to say it's driven by the collective bargaining agreement, the MOU. It's a year probationary period.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, how many people get released during this probationary period?
I would just be guessing. From this particular Local 6, I would say not many. From other collective bargaining units and MOUs, there would be more. But I would just be guessing.
Okay. Thank you.
Other members of the task force? Do you have any questions this time for either respondent or complainant? All right. At this, Member Pelpel.
Very briefly to Mr. Ellison. So following up on Member Hefner's question, that standard operating procedure document, so you may not have it with you today, but are you suggesting that there is an extant document that says in the event of a release, we send a letter, we attach this, we do that, check, check, check? Is there some document that is likely responsive?
I would say the chances are it's likely. I have not seen the document, but again, this is a process document. We have standard operating procedures on this, but again, I can honestly say there's a written document directly responsive to this, but again, we have standard operating procedures internally for processes, and this would be an internal process.
Okay, we're probably going to ask you to look for that and provide it, so stay tuned.
If there are no more questions of either party, Mr. Ellison, you now have 3 minutes to offer a rebuttal.
Okay. Thank you. Again, the MTA believes they were responsive to his request. I have no record of the the September 10th request. And what we provided Mr. Gracias is what the documents that we felt were responsive to his request of, which was the February, whatever that date was, February 12th. Thank you. So I think we were responsive to his request.
Thank you. At this time, the respondent, Mr. Gracias, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, the task force needs to also know of, I don't know if this is reasonable to present to you, is a complaint to Cal OSHA showing that the SFMTA director, Mike Ellis, is threatening employees for allegedly filing concerns to regulatory agencies.
I think that you would best be served if you use this time to talk about this particular matter.
Okay. And again, Ms. Ellison didn't provide the procedures as dictated by Civil Service Commission Rule 417.9 sub 2, and which it clearly states it needs to be made public. Promulgate means made public. Internal documents are not public. When requested, they still refuse to provide it. It's not public. That rule is not subject to his determination or Ms. Johnson's determination. It is written 417.9 1 and sub 2, sub 1 and sub 2 is because both of those procedures needs to be adhered to. That's the reason why this SF charter demands it. So it is basically, self-explanatory. Unfortunately, these two persons, the director and Ms. Johnson, are dodging the questions. One is supposed to ensure there's compliance. Mr. Ellison is supposed to present this to Ms. Johnson for compliance, neither of which have followed the rules. So it is up to this task force to ensure that they are doing their jobs. And in which case, why isn't that internal document presented today if it does exist? The question here is that they're trying every which way to circumvent the rules, and that is unfair. And the Civil Service Commission rules are there to ensure fair due process, of anything. With respect to government is concerned, they need to follow these rules, and they need to answer to the taxpayer, which I am one of them. So as far as anything else, I have followed up with them to object to Mr. Ellison's question I presented earlier. I don't know if he was paying attention. I called Sherilyn Roner on September 10th, telling her and asking her for the reason, and to no avail. And she said she didn't even know who I was, okay, and that she did not send that document. A week later, she did send the document by mail, as required by that notice. This photocopy was handed to me by my manager. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this time, the matters with the task force.
You want a motion?
If there's a motion to be made, I'd entertain it, yes.
I'm inclined to make a motion to find a violation of 67.21A for failure to provide the internal or whatever procedures for administering and processing the release of probationary employees. It appears that that document may exist, and it was requested, whether it was requested in 2012 or 2014, it was requested, and it appears that the MTA did not produce it. So I'm feeling a motion there.
I'd second that.
All right. Members? Can
we discuss
Member Rummel?
this?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
This is the time to discuss this.
So does
for sure.
so does a complaint in the work of the task force, do we construe a complaint to be a request for records? So assuming that there was assuming the oral request goes either way, but if they file a sunshine ordinance complaint, that is alone enough to be a request?
If I may.
Member Pilpel?
I think it is not normally. However, since the complainant alleged that he made an oral request back in 2012, and the department is contesting that and saying they don't have any record of it, and since they provided information following the filing of the complaint, they could have gone to the effort of attempting to locate this procedure. And so I'm going to construe it as a record request, whether it was or not on its face. In this instance, I'm not drawing a broader conclusion.
Member David?
Yep, I'm just wondering if there's a way for us to get this resolved without actually finding a violation and basically ask or instruct the MTA to look for this document and provide it if it exists, because there was not 100% certainty that it does exist. And I think at the end of the day, if this document exists and we can get it to Mr. Gracias, that is what we're here to try to do. So I'm not sure that we should get caught up in whether there was a violation or not, and maybe more try to concentrate on how can we make sure that if this document exists, that it gets to him. That's what I would like to, yeah.
I'm certainly open to that.
Okay.
I just wanted to comment on Member Rummel's question. When we hear cases, very often the member of the public, the complainant, is asking for information, and the member of the public may not know in what form that information is, or if there's a particular public record that would have that information. So, we're hearing somebody wanting a particular type of information, and we're learning here today that there may be a document for that. But at any rate, it's up to the city agency or department, when a request for information is made, to be helpful to that person, whether it's answering a question in an oral fashion or directing them somewhere else, or saying, is this the kind of thing you're looking for? So that's sort of the broader picture of how we're supposed to, according to my education on this issue, how we're supposed to regard these requests for information.
So,
Member Pilpel?
So to Mr. Ellison, if we withdraw the motion and don't take an action to find a violation, but instead ask you to look for the reference procedures, if if they exist, provide them to Mr. Gracias. If not, so indicate to him and just send a copy of that communication to the task force. Would that work?
Well, absolutely.
Would you be willing to do that?
Absolutely. I think that would be fair.
Okay. Understanding that you've been a little busy the past few weeks with other matters.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I'm certainly willing to do that if that achieves the same purpose.
Through the chair, I would be in
Member Highland.
opposition to that because I think we should find a violation and ask Mr. Ellison to provide that information. That is, after all, what we're here for. If we send the message that, oh, it's okay, you can just brush us under the carpet, go before the SOTF 2 years later, and just get a light pat on the wrist and carry on business as usual, that is not the message that we're here to send. So I think we need to be a little stronger than that. It sounds like there is a document there in question. It should have been provided. It should be provided now with a violation. That would be my position.
Excuse me, Member David?
Yeah, so I was in no way suggesting that we dismiss this case. What I was going to suggest was that we continue it to the call of the chair and ask for, in the meantime, the MTA to look for this document and to tell us if it exists, and if it so exists, provide it, and that then we could at a later time, if the document doesn't exist, there wasn't a violation. And to say, whether it does or it doesn't, we don't know at this point. I mean, maybe people are certain that it exists, right? He said, I think it might. And so my point is that why not first find out if it exists, get Mr. Gracias the information that he is entitled to, and then if there was a violation occurred, we can certainly put it on the record at that time. I'm not saying dismiss the case. I'm just saying let's get the information correct before we decide whether to find a violation or not.
Anyone else? Member Hepner?
Yeah, so if we can all agree that the point is to get him this document if it exists, and there are questions about our ability to enforce a violation, then there is no substantive difference between finding a violation and not finding a violation, except that it would make it into the record if a violation is noted. Is that correct?
Boy, I have a number of thoughts about this.
Right, and I think it's a
yes and no. Yes, yes and no. So again, going back to the issue of here's a gentleman who wanted to know why he was terminated, and he asked for information about that, and he learned of this the 47, I'm forgetting, it's on page 55 of our packet, but at any rate, he found that clause that says that there should be a policy, procedures for how to go about a termination or release from probation, and this should be promulgated. He even went so far in the materials that he gave us to define what promulgate means. And his understanding was that this needed to be made public. So he was asking for information, not knowing what form the information was in. So again, if we look at various sections of the ordinance, we see that city departments and agencies are to help members of the public obtain information that exists or may exist, or help them find out answers to their questions. So that's one idea in my head. The other one is that as far as finding a violation, we find violations from time to time for the matter of then being able to monitor compliance. And it's not that we're saying to the MTA, for example, you did a horrible thing here, and we really push it and go very far with it. Our first task is to try to get information and to have a record that when we think there's a violation, we often find a violation without then going much further. If it was a timeliness issue, but the documents were forthcoming, then we just say, well, you were very late, and We know you were late. You know you were late. We did that last time. I don't mean to lecture. I won't do this. All right. So, Member Pilpel.
Can I just ask Mr. Gracias again? Other than these procedures that we're talking about, and I think now understanding that there's no reason given for the release, is there any other information or documents that you've asked for that you haven't received? Because I want to be sure that we're getting you what we can.
Right. I just want to enter an important thing. It's not that Mr. Ellison didn't receive the request. His staff, I've due diligently contacted them many, many times. I've due diligently, contacted even, the Equal Opportunity Department, which I was constantly referred to. This is Mrs. Valdez, So by Ms. Ellison saying, well, on September 10, I never even heard of it. Well, under the Open Government Act, all I have to do is request it.
I understand.
Right.
All I'm asking you very simply right now, other than the procedures, which is what we're talking about.
Correct.
Is there any other document that you've asked for that you haven't received? Is there anything else you want us to ask them to look for? Now's the time. You need to tell us.
Right. Yes, that said document, and if there's SOP, meaning standard operating procedures, yes, I do want that.
That's what we're asking for. Is there anything else?
And also the date that it was determined and produced. Is that another viable request?
The date that those procedures came into existence?
Right.
Yeah, we'll find that out if they exist.
Okay.
But that's all. All you're looking for now is the procedures.
Correct.
Okay, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we still have the motion on the floor before us, I believe. You didn't withdraw it, right? Okay.
So we have options. We can either vote on it now, we can continue it to the call of the chair, ask them to look for it. I don't care. I would like to move on.
I would like to hear what the members of the public have to say because we have a motion on the floor.
Excellent.
So now's the time for public comment on the motion to find the MTA in violation of 6721A.
Peter Warfield, I'm not a party to this, and I'm not very familiar, well, I'm not familiar with this case, but I think you're doing a pretty good job here. First thing to say is that it seems astonishing that standard operating procedures wouldn't be documented, and it's your duty to not let people off the hook because the dog ate it, or, gee, I don't know whether we have that or not in writing, and so on. There is a specific clause in the Sunshine Ordinance, which I've often quoted to you, Section 67.29-7, which requires professional maintenance of documents. It's called Correspondence and Records Shall Be Maintained. Section A of 67.29-7, the mayor and all department heads shall maintain and preserve in a professional and businesslike manner all documents and correspondence, including but not limited to letters, emails, drafts, memorandum, invoices, reports, and proposals, and shall disclose all such records in accordance with this ordinance. So it seems to me that even if there isn't such a document, there ought to be, particularly when it's being referenced as something related to the matter at hand. Second, you're supposed to have, as you usually put it here, a knowledgeable person speaking to you, and the idea that the department has sent folks who say they don't know whether a standard operating procedure or whatever other document, they don't know whether it it's or not, that seems to me, at the very least, peculiar. Semi-finally, I can't ever find it. There is a section that says when there is testimony from the public and other party, you are supposed to favor the member of the public. So I would keep that in mind. With respect to the question that was asked by Member Rummold, is a complaint a request for public records? It seems to me that it would be really, if I understand it correctly, if somebody makes a complaint and says, hey, Department X, I didn't get what I asked for at whatever time, if they were to simply argue about whether that request was made or not and not turn over the records, I think it would be a kind of keep-away game that would be inappropriate. I think they should turn over the records and say, well, we don't have a record, but here's what is appropriate response for that. And if they don't do that, that would raise alert buttons in my book. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
Yes, I'm in support of the motion. You need to understand that you're not only adjudicating the case in front of you tonight, but for prospective people that want records. So the distinction between finding an order of determination and not finding an order of determination and getting the document is when that conduct reoccurs, then there's a possible serious and willful violation, which has greater consequences. So when there's a violation, I think you're compelled to make an order of determination, even if the task force can enforce that, to deter future conduct of the same pattern and practice. For the new members, Muni has a history of sending people here that aren't knowledgeable. You shouldn't let them off the hook to continue that conduct. You have a part of your Chapter 67, you can find a violation just by them not sending members who are knowledgeable. Even the non-knowledgeable person that was in front of you indicated to you that there is a standard, there is a process. If there's a process, it's in writing. The document exists. It hasn't been turned over to the complainant. To ask the complainant what other documents he wants is really nonsensical, because he doesn't know what other documents he wants until he receives the original document that he requested. So I would urge you to find a violation. And also an additional violation that Muni's respondent is not knowledgeable. And that's been a continuing pattern by Muni. So you need to try to put an end to that improper conduct.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on the motion to find a violation of 67.21A? All right, seeing none. Mr. Yevon, would you call the roll, please, on this matter?
On the motion,
Excuse me.
Wanted to make sure he was going to repeat the motion.
Okay, thank you. Would you repeat the motion before you call the roll, please?
Yes. On the motion to find violation of Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21A for failure to produce documents. Did I get that correct?
Yes.
The procedures in particular. Yeah.
In particular, the procedures. On that motion, Member Rummold.
Aye.
Rummold, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member David.
No.
David, no. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes.
This matter should go to compliance and amendments.
Is there any specific instructions that you wish to provide to the committee?
Well, we should, the order of determination should state that we want production of the standard operating procedure at issue here. And then,
If it exists.
yeah.
Procedures.
information about how the MTA handles release from probation. Maybe it's not specifically called an SOP, but...
Thank you. This item will be referred to the Compliance and Amendments Committee, and those instructions will be included into the order of determination. And that will be at the next available meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellison.
All right, at this time, Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just wondering, we brought this up before at the last meeting about taking an appropriate length break.
Okay.
And so I'm just wondering if it now is the appropriate time to do that.
I was actually thinking of, I might need one too. So at this time, and I believe we were talking about 10 minutes was, or
I think, if I remember correctly, Member Oka was saying that that 10 minutes was not sufficient. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah, well, the issue is the restroom here is not accessible to me, and it takes me longer to do what I have to do to get my business done anyway.
All right.
So 10 minutes doesn't seem to be...
let's say 15 minutes. Is 15 minutes a good time?
That's enough.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So we'll convene back here at 25 till 7.
All right.
We have enough to... All right. Okay. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force regular meeting is called back into order at 6:35. Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda, please?
Item number 6, file number 14044, complaint filed by Carlos Gracias against Jennifer Johnson, Civil Service Commission, for allegedly violating civil service rule and unspecified public records law by failing to adequately respond to a public records request dated April 9, 2014.
Before we start, Member Wolf has a...
I was just going to suggest that Mr. Gracias is not here yet, so do we want to move on to the next item, or how does that work?
Back.
Okay. All right.
Find jurisdiction.
Yeah, we can move to the issue of jurisdiction.
Do you want to make the motion this time?
Do I hear a motion to find jurisdiction?
So moved.
Second? A second from anyone?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to find jurisdiction. Is jurisdiction being contested?
Sorry, Jennifer Johnson from the Civil Service Commission. No, with the understanding that that question is not the civil, whether or not there's a violation of the rules. I believe it's just, the question just is whether or not there's been a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance. But,
Right.
Yeah, okay, then we do not contest.
All right, thank you.
So, Chair Washburn?
Yes, Member Pilpel.
Could we clarify again that it's the same motion as last time to find jurisdiction on the public records law allegation only and not as to civil service rules?
There's the second?
Second.
Oh, wait, I think Member Fisher seconded the jurisdiction.
Does that make sense?
Are you okay with the clarification that we did last time?
Yes.
I will repeat this.
Repeat it.
The motion is to find jurisdiction concerning Carlos Gracias against the Civil Service Commission regarding the unspecified public records law only. We are not discussing jurisdiction over the civil service rules.
Yeah, that's what I assumed we were doing.
Okay.
So yes.
All right. Members, do you have any comments, questions, opinions about this? All right. At this time, Mr. Gracias, we'll hear from you in a minute. We're discussing jurisdiction. Are there any members of the public who have public comment on jurisdiction? Seeing none, can we Pass this without objection. Okay. Now, just as before, Mr. Gracias, we found jurisdiction in this issue, so you will have 5 minutes to tell us about this particular issue with respect to information you requested from the San Francisco Civil Service Commission, and then the respondent will have 5 minutes. We'll then ask you questions and go from there. So, Mr. Gracias, again.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Again, I present to you this Civil Service Commission rule in which Ms. Johnson, as the executive officer, failed to provide to me. And as stated in her job duties, she's supposed to promulgate. Again, this word comes out in her job duties, in which she's supposed to have her compliances in a public viewing of SFMTA's alleged 417.9 subsection 2, it would have come across her desk, or her department, which she's in charge of, will have records of that. In addition, upon requesting it, she lengthily, try to find a different way to not provide me with the compliance issue at hand. And she also serves to explain that her duties include advising HR, which is Donald Ellison, and also many other city government departments, in addition to ensuring compliance. So if she cannot provide the compliance document at issue, why is she advising Don Ellison of doing so? And as far as Mr. Ellison earlier mentioned, that this document may be available. Well, if it may be available, shouldn't Ms. Johnson be able to provide the compliance and when it was complied to? And as a civil servant, you should not let her off. She has a Juris Doctor. So I'm also inclined to ask her if she is appearing before you under duress or under any other political favors, and especially since she's being appointed to the position, what are her affiliations and her connections to the SFMTA or any other person in there. I believe it's appropriate, to be brought in front of the committee beforehand. Additionally, as far as her department, Civil Service Commission department is concerned, when asked to produce this document, she goes into, how seemingly what she's implying is that this SFMTA can do whatever they please without any rules. And she's the gatekeeper. She's supposed to be ensuring fairness, and she's reiterating the same thing Don Ellison is saying, when she should just say, yes, I'll provide you with a document, or no, I shouldn't provide you with a document. All this, is just a big waste of city government's money, and if you have the ability to ask for her resignation, I would be so boldly to do so. And as far as the compliance issues, this is her job. You should not let them off the hook. This document should have been available 10 years. It is supposed to be presentable to you today, right now, at this minute. Not then, not after, not so that they have time to correct it, or play with it, or try to find some new way to hide it, which her job entails, to promulgate to the public. So whatever she does must be scrutinized and can be scrutinized in the public's view, and in which I hope the task force will find her and her department, which she has hence before intimidating me and not going after this document, and I just like to bring forth to you the unfairness, and I hope that you can deal with this issue and find the appropriate remedies. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Okay, seeing none, the respondent, Ms. Johnston, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Jennifer Johnston from the Civil Service Commission. I thank you for your time. The matter before you is a complaint by Carlos Garcias alleging that the Civil Service Commission has failed to respond to his request for information in a timely and complete manner. His allegation is completely without merit. In short, there are no outstanding requests for public information or documents to date from Mr. Garcias to which the Commission has not already fully and completely responded in accordance with public records laws. And all the Commission's responses to his requests were provided well within the applicable 10-day deadline to do so. In fact, the Commission's endeavor to respond to all of Mr. Garcias' decipherable requests for information as quickly as possible within 1 day. Even those requests on which we were only a copied recipient, but nonetheless had responsive information, and even on those on which were vague and confusing, but which we nonetheless attempted to guess at what he was seeking in the interest of being as responsive as possible. I note that this was above and beyond what is required under public records laws, which require that a request reasonably describe an identifiable record. I know that subsequent communications from Mr. Garcias has clarified what he was seeking, but it was very unclear to us in the beginning. We've spent a great deal of time trying to understand exactly what he was seeking and answer his questions to the extent possible, both in writing and over the phone. I can say the Deputy Director of the Civil Service Commission spent a good 15-20 minutes trying to explain to him the application of the civil service rules and what the rules require, as did I. But that was the answer was to his dissatisfaction, and the answer is that, in fact, the rules do not require individuals to be provided with a reason for the probationary release. Attached to my May 8th response to Mr. Garcias' sunshine complaint, which I believe is at page 79 in your packets, are all of the communications by and to Mr. Garcias in our possession as of that date. My May 5th email to Mr. Garcias on page 119 of your packet, and my May 8th response to his complaint, again at page 79, both outline the history of my attempts to get clarification on what Mr. Garcias was seeking and my efforts to respond to all of his decipherable requests for information. And I'm happy to review the history for you again if you would find that helpful. Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Garcias first phoned our office on April 9th, 2014, requesting information on non-disciplinary releases from probation. Specifically, he wanted to know what the appointing officer's discretion was in such matters, and whether the appointing officer needed to provide him with a reason for release from probation. Again, the Deputy Director explained that the civil service rules and applicable policies to Mr. Garcias, but he was dissatisfied with our response and wanted to speak with me directly. So I answered the phone, and he made derisive comments about the Civil Service Commission staff and about the Civil Service Commission rules and policies. I made repeated requests, exactly, Mr. Garcias, what is it that you're asking? What is it that you're seeking? How can I answer your questions? And he was dissatisfied with my responses and hung up, and then shortly thereafter sent an email to the mayor's office alleging that we would not answer his questions. And that's at page 85 of your agenda packets, I believe. That email was forwarded to me on April 16th, and I responded that very same day with requested information. But Mr. Garcias proceeded to send a number of communications to other individuals asserting that I had not responded to his request for information. And an email to Mr. Young on April 29th at page 100 of your packets, Mr. Garcias requested for the first time information regarding any revisions to the civil service rules and probationary releases. Although he asserted that he had previously requested that information from the Commission, we had no record of any such request, and he has provided no information on when that request was submitted. I responded again the next day with the newly requested information at page 101 of your packets. You'll note in my email to Mr. Garcias on May 5th, at page 119, I asked him to identify any request for information to which I had not already provided a response, but he reiterates the same request, which is discussed during the last matter, which is the policies and procedures that the MTA has implemented to effectuate the provisions of Civil Service Rule 417. But as I've clearly indicated in all three of my communications to him, April 16th, April 30th, and May 5th, the Commission does not have those documents. The MTA is an entirely separate entity from the Civil Service Commission. Commission. We're not even in the same building. So we have no input on their decisions to release an individual from probationary. They don't check with us first, and we still don't have, even if, we don't even know if they exist, but if they do, we don't have copies of any procedures that they have governing the release of individuals. I've also repeatedly provided Mr. Garcias with information on how to request those documents from the MTA as the keeper of any such documents to the extent they exist. And as you know, Sunshine Ordinance 67.21C provides that a custodian of any public record, when not in possession of the record, shall assist a requester in directing the request to the appropriate staff person, which I have done. So in conclusion, to the extent that Mr. Garcias believes that there are any outstanding requests not yet fulfilled, it's because he believes the Commission is required to produce documents that are not in its possession, which is the MTA's policies and procedures under 417. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Okay, seeing none, the matter is with the task force members for questions of the parties. Members? Member Pelpel?
I think I only have one on this, and I apologize for only having one question. To Ms. Johnston. The reference, and we've talked about this in the last item, the procedures for administering and processing the release of probationary employees, the relevant civil service rule refers to consistent with these rules and subject to the approval of the Commission. Are you aware of the Commission, either as the Commission or through the staff or in any way, having approved any procedures following that rule?
Through the chair, no, we do not. We have no record of the MTA coming to the Commission for approval of their standing operating procedures to the extent that they exist.
So to the extent that they exist, they would be an MTA document. You've got nothing
That is
on
correct.
this. Okay, I'm good.
We would certainly be happy to provide it to Mr. Garcias if we had them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other members? I have a question for Mr. Gracias. I'd like to know what information you believe that the Civil Rights Commission has that they have, or Civil Service Commission has that they haven't given to you.
Well, according to Ms. Johnson's job title, and she has relayed this message in her many, many emails back and forth to me, which, by the way, she was requested to provide written documentation in company letterhead. She has not done so. She has only sent email. Emails are not admissible in the court of law. So that is still not provided. She still has not done what she's supposed to do. In addition, as far as her role can be advisory to Don Ellison, which she cleverly escaped to inform you. And she has informed Don Ellison of how to treat probationary employees. Well, if she never saw the compliance document of 417.9, 1 and 2, how is she able to advise Don Ellison? What is her role? And how is she able to do so if she never ensured compliance of such documents, which is a promulgation of probationary employee?
Member Highland.
Through the chair, Mr. Gracias, let me just try and cut through here a little bit.
Sure.
Your communications are confusing. I'm having trouble following you. So I'm going to ask you very specific questions. Okay. The document you wanted seems that if it does exist, it exists with the MTA. We're going to work through our compliance amendments to get that to you. Okay.
Correct.
You've just learned that there's no connection of that document with this body.
But they're supposed to. That's the problem. Her department, this is a Civil Service Commission rule, and she is in this.
Hold on. Right. We're not here to adjudicate over civil service rules. We made that clear at the jurisdiction portion.
Okay, I understand that.
So, however, if there's public records documents that you feel you still need, tell us what you need. What do you think she still has that's a public record, that's not a civil service rule or standard operating procedure?
I mean, it's a very simple request, okay? Did she ever see that document? Okay, if there is a document, where is it? When was it? And simple letter request, what she said in her numerous emails citing this, citing that, big waste of taxpayers' time and money, okay? And by simply saying and returning a letter with the Civil Service Department saying that, no, we did not ensure compliance of such documents, okay? And yes, we did advise SFMTA of those rules, even though it does not exist. That's the letter she needs to send me. Obviously, she's refusing to because that would mark her incompetence, as I pointed out, which I interject for her lie saying that I was derisive. I just made a simple comment. That was all. She can take it whatever which way she wanted to. This is a free country. I'm entitled to my opinion.
I agree.
So is she.
I think one of the things you're going to learn through this process is, A, don't make phone calls. Put your requests in writing.
Okay.
B, be polite. Don't be slanderous, because I'm seeing a lot of that in what we see here in the package. So I'm just trying to give you some help in future, if you're going to make public records requests, to try and do it in a way that you'll get your results. Because I'm just not convinced that that's what you're really after.
No,
I think you have a different agenda here, and I'm getting a sense of that. And it's, we're going to try and help you with the specifics of where we can help you.
Okay.
But you need to answer our questions directly as to what you still need, and not go off on tangents about how incompetent she is in her job.
Well, I mean, I presented it to you. I've made it very clearly. Okay.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Right.
Okay, at this time, members, do you have any other questions of Member Rommel?
So it sounds like what you want is information that you've already received via email, only on letterhead. Is that right?
Well, it shouldn't provide any copies through scanning or otherwise of my requests. I mean, yes, and if she doesn't have such document, which she clearly indicated, or didn't come across a compliance, she should note that in the letterhead and send it to me. I don't understand what is the big problem about that.
If I told, well, so I heard you say that you were concerned that emails are not admissible in court. They absolutely are. So if I told you that, would that satisfy what's happening here?
I would still appreciate if she detailed my concerns in company letterhead, and if she needs me to clear anything up, I'll be more than happy to. That is why there were so many emails, and one led to another, and she's not being cooperative, and she is being condescending, and she has threatened me before, and saying that she is an executive, and I can do whatever I feel like, is what is she implying, in her clever attorney speak. That's all there is to it. So I'm responding as well as I can. There's no other hidden agenda. She's supposed to provide me with my questions, right? Thank you. Okay.
Member Oka, do you have a question?
Yeah. Mr. Gracias, I still am puzzled as to, besides the procedures and policies, what is it that you want that you're not getting? I don't understand that yet.
Okay, no problem. Let me clearly explain it to you. The Civil Service Commission Department views Civil Service Commission rules, and they would have come across anything dictated as such. Right.
Wait, we're not, I'm asking you, is there something other than what Ms. Johnson provided you that you need that you didn't get?
Well, she didn't provide me with anything. That's the problem. I mean, I asked for it in writing, in company letterhead from her department of my questions. That's it. You know, if she has anything.
I don't know what your question is.
Okay, the question is, did you view, did Civil Service Commission see 417.9, both subsection, and did they ensure of compliance? That is a simple question. It was always about that question. And there's no other agenda. I mean, this is it. I mean, that is my simple question to the Civil Service Commission. Why is it so hard? I mean, I simply don't understand.
In her letter to you, she lists 1 and 2. She gives you that information. What else do you need?
Well, she lists 1 and 2, but the promulgation, she's entitled to ensure compliance over the SOP. So
wait. Say that again. I'm not understanding what you're saying.
No, point 2 clearly says that, you know, those rules ensure that there should be
shall establish and promulgate procedures for administering and processing the release of probationary employees.
Correct.
Okay.
And that is 10 years ago.
And we right. And we determined that the MTA director of transportation shall do, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
We heard that case in the last item.
I understand that.
This does not apply to the CSC.
No, the CSC is supposed to answer me whether they made compliance attempts to this rule and make and provide me with documents that they did come across this document or come across this procedure. It's a totally different question.
And when, excuse me, through
yes, Member Pilhill.
When I asked Ms. Johnston about that just now, a couple of minutes ago, she said they have nothing on that. The MTA has not done this thing. They have not established or promulgated procedures and have not forwarded them to the commission for approval. So the commission, who's the respondent in this case, has no documents for you on that particular point.
Okay.
We get what you're asking for.
Yeah,
they don't have it.
And because those documents don't exist, we can't help you on that, on point
right,
number 2.
I understand that. But
if they should have and they didn't, that's between you and the Civil Service Commission. That's not before us.
Correct.
If those documents don't exist, we can't help you on that point.
And that's the reason why I asked her boss, Mrs. Favetti, which she's not here to comply, because Ms. Johnson is such a difficult person to deal with. I don't understand why she can't put that in the letterhead, you know, saying that, no, we didn't ensure compliance. Yes, we advised based on this rule and that's according to some of her emails, what she has said.
Excuse me, I believe Member Hepner had a question.
Yeah, I want to just a quick couple brief questions for Ms. Johnston.
Okay, sure.
Chair.
Just through the chair, just a couple questions. First of all, has the MTA ever approached you or your the Civil Service Commission, to your knowledge, with a question as to whether they're being compliant with their termination procedure?
Not that I'm aware of. It may also help to explain the creation of Volume 4 of the Civil Service Rules, which is the volume of the rules under which this provision lies. Volume 1 of the Civil Service Rules governs miscellaneous employees. Volume 4 governs MTA service critical employees. So Volume 1 covers also MTA employees that are non-service critical, and those are under the jurisdiction of the Human Resources Director under the Charter. With the passage of Proposition E in 1999, the MTA was created as an autonomous entity, such that the Director of Transportation over service, this may be too much history for you, but over service critical classifications and positions had the same authority as the Human Resources Director would over those specific employees. As such, a new volume of the Civil Service Rule was created with parallel provisions. So I don't necessarily read this provision of the civil service rules to require absolute, affirmative commission approval of procedures that the Director of Transportation may have promulgated or implemented at the time. I believe it was supposed to be consistent with what the Human Resources Director had already established. And this, the way I read it and understand it is, it's subject to the approval of the Civil Service Commission, such that the Civil Service Commission if the Civil Service Commission disapproved of the procedures or any, to the extent that they were inconsistent with the civil service rules, then the Commission would assert jurisdiction and direct the MTA to establish different procedures or policies. So probably a very long way of responding to your question that I may not have even responded to.
Right.
So through the chair,
Answer it.
if I could summarize,
Yeah.
it's not your call, but if you think it's the wrong call, you'll intercede.
That's correct.
So that's what we're trying to tell Mr. Gracias, that basically the MTA has the authority here to exercise 1 and 2, and the buck stops there. Is that correct?
Provided it's consistent with the civil service rules. Correct.
So,
Member Pippel.
So, Ms. Johnston, before you go, so to the extent that Mr. Gracias has a dispute with how the MTA is implementing or not implementing this rule, he is absolutely free to come before your commission, which next meets on Monday at 2 o'clock down the hall, and during public comment, he could absolutely quote this rule and say, the MTA, blah, 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 it has or hasn't done, blah, 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 and you as the Civil Service Commission should, whatever, and that's absolutely appropriate public comment, and the commission can hear it and direct you or not or whatever, but that's a very appropriate venue for Mr. Gracias to express his concerns about this particular rule. Yes?
I would agree with that statement, yes.
And Mr. Gracias, and you're happy to give Mr. Gracias the agenda so that he knows exactly where it is on Monday?
Certainly,
if he wants it.
I'd be happy to email him all the information and put it on letterhead.
If that helps Mr. Gracias.
Sure.
So that's another venue, a very important venue that you have with regard to the Civil Service Commission and their roles.
All right. Is there any other questions for either party? Seeing none, Ms. Johnston, you have 3 minutes for a rebuttal.
Oh, okay, thank you. Again, the Civil Service Commission would certainly be willing to provide Mr. Gracias with any documents that are in our possession. And if I had known that putting it on letterhead would have saved everybody time and frustration, I certainly would have done so, even though, in my opinion, it's not required under the Sunshine Ordinance task or the public records laws. The Commission is committed to transparency. It's something that I've actually added to our goals and objectives for the Civil Service Commission, and I am constantly seeking ways to make sure that we are transparent to the extent possible. But I cannot produce a document that the Commission does not have, and the public records laws don't require me to produce one or create one that doesn't exist. Again, we've repeatedly provided Mr. Gracias with the requisite information on how to direct his request to the MTA for any responsive records it may have. We've also fully explained the civil service rules on probation releases and provided him with links to all the civil service rules as well as the civil service advisor specific to probation releases. It really is a matter of him not liking the answers to his questions. In light of that fact, that we've met our obligations, we respectfully request that the Sunshine Orange Task Force dismiss this complaint. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Now, at this time, the complainant, Mr. Gracias, you have 3 minutes for a rebuttal.
I asked that SOTF pass judgment on Ms. Johnson's department. They are not in compliance. I apologize, but I simply do not see it. And whether or not that document exists, that would be what she just described as her job, is for her to interject. How come it's not in public view? Isn't that her job to ensure compliance? Well, if she says she is so open and transparent, well, how come a simple request asking her to put it on company letterhead is time and time again evaded and not being done? The reason why I have to ask the Civil Service Department to answer this question regarding 417.9 is that they are the department who's supposed to have a record of that document. because they're supposed to ensure compliance. As she stated, back in 1999, the Civil Service Commission rules were rewritten, so it has to be somewhere, right? And why isn't it available today, as we speak, to present her, as she so eloquently, asked you to dismiss, something that shouldn't be dismissed. You should fine her in contempt. You should fine her for not providing public documents as requested. Under Open Government Act, diligently asked her specifically, whether there are SFMTA is in compliance and if they ensured compliance, and if she has ensuring compliance of both section of 417.9, 1 and 2, subsection 1 and 2. As far as other comments, or arguments, is not here nor there. The most important thing is she needs, under Open Government Act, she needs to answer my questions. And if I ask for it in written documentation in company letterhead, she will provide me with that. And it is within your powers to determine that and to pass judgment on that and fine them accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the matter is with the task force. Are there any thoughts, comments, motions? Member David?
Yeah, through the chair. I feel like, as being on this side as a task force member, in this particular case specifically, I think the way that Ms. Johnston responded to the questions is almost like a model of what we're looking for from government. Like, every question was answered in a timely manner, and I just think that in this, so many times there are things that we have problems with the way that the public is answered, the requests are answered, and I just think that we should also point out when people kind of really fulfill not just the letter but the spirit of the law, and it really, to me, feels like that she really went out of her way in this particular case to kind of comply above and beyond. So that's it.
Thank you. Are there other comments? Member Pilpel?
I agree. I think this is an example of above and beyond, and it seems from the record before us that Ms. Johnston has spent gobs and gobs of time on this, hopefully not, at the expense of other people or other issues, but certainly a lot of time invested. So I agree with everything Member David said. I'm not feeling a violation here.
Anyone else? I know this isn't what the complainant wished to hear, but we don't have a motion here for a violation, but there was a suggestion on something you can do, and that's to go to the meeting of the Civil Service Commission and discuss your matter, suggest that this information be available through the Civil Service Commission. So there's some things to be done. It's just not through us on this particular matter. But we will be seeing your other complaint in which we found a violation, and one of our committees will be taking that up, probably not this month, but possibly in August. Okay? So at this time, any public comment? There's no motion, but I'd be interested to hear any suggestions from members of the public.
I think what Member Highland said was really to the point and on target. It's difficult sometimes to keep your emotions away from a document request. And if you do it in writing, and if you take the time to compose it in a way that is just very clear and straightforward, and it's not derogatory or demeaning, and you're not, involving yourself in personal conflicts with somebody, that's really the best way to go. And then there's the paper trail, which is pretty important too. I think that's what happened in this case. He confused the issue by making phone calls and follow-up phone calls, and it became a form of kind of a harassment thing where if you just follow the procedure and you try to do it in an objective manner, you're better off. And if you present the case in an objective manner, you're better off also. So I think this is kind of a textbook example of things that probably happen every day. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on this matter? All right, so seeing none, Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda, please?
On the current item, there being no motion, the item is concluded. Next item on the agenda is item number 7, file number 13091, complaint filed by Frank Lee against Jennifer Johnson, Civil Service Commission, for allegedly violating Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.5 and 67.9 by holding complainants' appeals hearings regarding claims of retaliation, discrimination against fellow law enforcement officers during a closed session of the April 1st, 2013 Civil Service Commission meeting. I also wanted to note that in the city attorney's memo, there is a statement that states that at no point during the hearing shall any party identify by name any of the officers involved in the underlying dispute.
Did everyone hear that?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, please. Yeah, you were turning away from the microphone, so if you could.
My apologies.
Okay.
At no point during the hearing shall any party identify by name any of the officers involved in the underlying dispute.
Member Rummold.
So I'd just like to know or find out what the basis for that is.
DCA Cola.
Well, a review of relevant case law and the penal code show that officers of the law have a right to privacy in their personnel records, and case law indicates that even information that maybe wouldn't be contained in their personnel record, but a complaint about officer conduct, things of that nature that really should be contained in a personnel record are not subject are exempt from Public Records Act, and in some cases municipalities had been found liable for holding Civil Service Commission type hearings about officer misconduct in a public forum. And that's what the subject of this complaint is about. So at no point during this hearing, any of the officers' names or identities shall be revealed that are the subject of alleged misconduct stemming from this incident.
Yeah, I'm another question for the representative for the city attorney. I understand why the city's agents would be barred from speaking the names of the accused, but I'm curious why the complainant doesn't have the First Amendment rights to speak to the names of these people. Why is he prohibited from engaging in free speech in terms of the identities of these people?
Well, he was given, it's my understanding that they already had a Civil Service Commission hearing, and it was in a full public forum, and they opted to go into a closed session to hear the merits of his complaint in that regard. But that, from our standpoint, we're not holding a public hearing here for an alternative forum for him to essentially out the identities of other officers that he may want to, reveal the identities of.
I tend to agree. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Member Rummel.
So I tend to agree that we're not holding a public forum for him to do that, but say he went into the hall and said the names, is the city under some obligation to stop him from speaking the names then? Or if he had a sign sitting in the gallery that had the names of the officers, would the city be under the obligation to take that down?
That's all theoretical con law issues right there. But I think for the purposes of this, I see no problem cutting off a mic if someone decides to start blurting out identities while they're testifying before this task force. The task force can do as they wish.
Member Pilpel.
I'm not sure I want to spend too much time on this because we probably have a lot more time to spend on the substance. I guess I think that if this were about a complaint about others that the individual had not filed, that would be a different question, because the complainant apparently filed an underlying discrimination complaint. It was his allegation against the other officers, so I'm not sure that he was getting the names or the information about the alleged incident from a personnel record or from an investigation or investigatory file. It was his own allegation, and I tend to agree with Member Wolf that he has a First Amendment right to make whatever allegation or reference his own allegation in the context of a public meeting. And I'm not sure, because this is not a disciplinary hearing. This is not the type of thing that we're discussing in the underlying complaint. I mean, I would agree with the caution that we should not encourage that, but I'm not sure that, at the same time that we should, do much to discourage or to cut it off. So that's just my thinking.
Member David.
So, since our city attorney and our attorney on the task force both seem to think that this is fine, that we do not have the names of the officers spoken. I also, just getting back to our job as task force members, I'm not sure how the officers' names are relevant to whether there are documents that are responsive to the complaint. And so I think that, the officers, as the city attorney said, have a certain right to privacy that's above and beyond a regular citizen. I think that unless it would somehow affect our ability to produce public records, I think we are on the side of caution on this one. I don't see the added value to us as a task force in being able to find responsive documents by knowing officers' names when we're being cautioned by our city attorney and our attorney.
Just a minute.
Yeah, sure.
This isn't a public records issue. This case is about public meeting and whether or not this matter should have been heard in a closed session. So I want to move to, your comments are still
right.
relevant.
Yeah.
So I saw Member Rummold and then Member Wolf.
So to clarify, I don't agree with the city attorney's advice.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think it's perfectly, I think we are, I don't know necessarily where we all stand on repeating the names, but I disagree that this gentleman should be barred from stating the names.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Thank you.
Member Wolf?
I'm just going to agree with what Mark just said because that's where I was coming from.
Well, I'd like more information about you. DCA Cola, you cite the California Penal Code, and I'm not at all familiar with that section. I don't know anything about the Penal Code, but how is that relevant specifically here?
Well, it essentially says that that officers of the law have a right to privacy and their personnel files, and that those are exempt from public disclosure. And some of the case law that I cited in there also says that holding disciplinary hearings regarding officer conduct in a public forum is akin to disclosing their personnel records or information that would be contained within their personnel records. So without their express consent to do so, it's a violation of their right to privacy. And in this specific instance, the other officers who were the subject of this complainant's complaint to the Civil Service Commission were asked if they would waive their right to privacy, and they did not do so.
Okay.
Through the
Member
chair.
Highland.
Through the chair, I still think we can get to the substance and the merits of this case without those names being revealed. I mean, I think at heart, from what my reading of it is, Section 6, 7.5, and 9. So I think we can move forward with the DCA COLA's advice and then make our decisions as we go.
Member Wolf.
I think what Member Highland's saying about we can potentially adjudicate this without hearing the officers' names is certainly on target, but I think that it's a very dangerous precedent for us as a task force to prohibit a complainant from being able to speak freely about the subject of his complaint. And given the fact that the actual complaint itself centers around whether or not this should have happened in an open session, I think that by merely going with the city attorney's recommendation, we're almost giving a point to the argument that this should be in closed session, and I don't think that we can do that. And so this does feel like a very pivotal issue pertaining to the case.
So through the chair, in response to that,
Member Highland.
Perhaps we should remove that clause and start this again. Can we do that?
We could do that, but I'm also wondering about this is fascinating and hard. So I'm wondering what the ramifications would be to us if we remove that clause, the underlined, what your admonition that these names not be spoken, and the matter goes forward and names are mentioned. What actions could be taken, against us, for example? That's what I'm wondering.
I think the ultimate liability, and I'm not 100% on this, but I think the ultimate liability would rest with whoever publicizes those names. But I don't think it would be wise for this task force to provide that forum for that to publicly. I think you should refrain from seeking that information at a bare minimum. And I think what Member Highland and what Member David mentioned earlier is totally on point. And that the issue at hand here is whether or not the Civil Service Commission hearing at issue should have been held in closed or open session. And I think we could get to the bottom of this, the task force can get to the bottom of this without seeking the names of the officers that were subject to the complainant's civil service complaint.
To clarify,
Member Rommel, yeah.
To clarify, would you think city liability-wise, we would be okay if we did not actively solicit the names of these members? I mean, that's my concern. So there are two potential lawsuits that could come from this, right? The police city union could sue the city for hosting a forum in which, the names of these officers were disclosed. On the other hand, the complainant could file suit against the city for violating his First Amendment rights if we bar him from disclosing information that he has a First Amendment entitled right to speak. So there you go.
Through the chair, could you reread that clause for us just so we can refresh it in our minds? And is it in our packet?
Oh, sorry.
It's in the city attorney memorandum to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force under jurisdiction on the last line. It states that at no point during the hearing shall any party identify by name any of the officers involved in the underlying dispute.
Okay. All right. Member Pilpel.
So I think we could perhaps modify that to say we discourage. I'm certainly not going to ask about the names. For me, none of this turns on the names of the officers or any of the underlying officer conduct, alleged or whatever. It's really about the Civil Service Commission and whether the hearing should have been open or closed. But we'll get to that.
Member Pilpel, were you speaking to them?
I apologize.
To the microphone?
I apologize. I was just saying that for me, it doesn't turn on the names of the officers or the alleged conduct. It's simply whether the hearing should have been open or closed. So I'm certainly not going to ask about names. I don't care about names. All we know is Inspector Lee, and that's all public, and I'm good with that.
Through the chair.
Member Highland.
I don't know if this is appropriate or the right time to do this, but could we not just clear this up by asking Mr. Lee this question? In other words, does he feel that he can present his case without mentioning these names? If he can give us that assurance, perhaps we can proceed. If he feels that he can't, then we might have to. Then we have to look at this case of jurisdiction a little more closely, especially that clause.
Okay, Member Wolf.
This is kind of, I guess, a little bit of point order, but I'm trying to flip through these documents and it's not loading properly. But one of the letters from the Police Officers Association says that the complainant has submitted documents with the officers' names in them, and I don't see crossed off. I don't see where those names have been.
It's page 167, 168.
Great, thanks so much, Victor.
If we could have a minute.
Yeah, that was all. I was just trying to figure out whether the names had been redacted or not. So thanks. That's all I needed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there they are.
They were later redacted. Some of us have the unredacted.
Oh, you do? That's not a good joke.
I like member. Sorry.
Okay.
I like member Highland's question of asking the complainant.
I'm just wondering if there's a point of order there. Can we do that before we even decide on jurisdiction?
We have a motion before us to find jurisdiction,
No,
right?
we
Or
don't.
we don't? We don't yet. Okay. I think it makes sense to talk to the complainant about this. So, Mr. Lee?
Yeah, my name's Inspector Frank Lee. I work at the Central Station Investigations Team. I've been a member of the police department for 27 and a half years. I don't have to mention the names, and I'll respect that. But the parallel police commission disciplinary hearing, it was an open public hearing. The names are already there, so if somebody wants to look up police commission case C10032, it's all a matter in the public record there. So my complaint that I made before this Sunshine Ordinance Task Force was that the Civil Service Commission had sent me a letter saying, because I appealed Director of Human Resources' decision to not sustain my discrimination and retaliation complaint, and they asked me if I wanted to have it in a open public hearing, and I sent the form in and I checked yes. And all of a sudden, the department and the Civil Service Commission, whatever reason, they had a hearing on it, and they said that we can't disclose these people's names. When I said their names are already disclosed, they testified publicly at San Francisco Police Commission case C10032. So the names are already public.
Okay, all right. So right now we're just. Okay.
Mr. Lee?
Mr. Lee? Yes. Yeah. Right now we're just. We're discussing whether for us to find jurisdiction for this.
Yes, I understand.
So the issue was whether or not we would forbid any mention of names, and you're saying you don't need to mention any names.
Yeah, I think that if you guys want the names, and if people can make a public request for records and get it through the San Francisco Police Commission.
How about we're asking you if you could not name the names?
Yeah, I'm not going to name names today.
Great.
Because also, Marty Halloran from the Police Officers Association told me, he basically kind of warned me not to mention names. I'd be in violation of 832.7, and I could face POA disciplinary issues was what I was told.
You don't want to get into it with Marty Halloran, I'm just saying.
Thank you. All right. At this time, do I have a motion to find jurisdiction? Member Wolf?
I'm still confused whether we're leaving in some sort of. We know he's not going to say the names. I feel discomfortable with our recommendation for him not to say the names. There's already been the appropriate people giving him that advice not to say the names in this forum, and I don't think it's the role of the task force commission to make that directive to him.
There is no directive being made as far as I know. All we're doing, it was a recommendation from our city attorney. You are entitled to take his advice or not take his advice. I think we are determining jurisdiction over the case, and I don't believe that is an issue at this point.
What we need right now is a motion to find jurisdiction. Member David?
Motion to find jurisdiction.
Second.
All right. Now's the time for additional comments, suggestions from task force
Here's the
members.
problem, though. I mean, yes, we're finding jurisdiction, but in our agenda, it's this is in here under the section of jurisdiction, and I'm not comfortable, as Member Wolf is not comfortable leaving that in there. I don't.
Just a second.
Yeah. So on page 150.
In your memo.
That's just my advice.
There's nothing in the agenda that says anything about this matter. So,
okay.
Okay?
Then we're good.
All right. So we have a motion before us to find jurisdiction. It's been made and seconded. Any additional comments from members? Member Pilpel.
So to Member Wolf, and I very much agree with your concern, and I think I'm aware generally of your history with the police and all that. So I think I asked if the complainant would not name names, and the complainant agreed. I think we can go forward with jurisdiction. I don't want to make any general ruling at this point about whether we can confine or the rights of people under the First Amendment. I generally agree that they should be able to, but just so that we can get past this, on this instant complaint, I think if we just find jurisdiction with the understanding that we made, we can just proceed. I'm willing to have this debate in the future if it comes up.
Member Hepner.
If I may, I have been thoughtfully listening to this conversation. I think that the recommendation for him not to speak the officer's name is troubling. I think if he can proceed without telling the names, that's great. I would rather not that we are the ones telling him not to speak the names. If he's been told that by another entity, by somebody who's telling him that he's going to face penalties for doing so, I would like for the buck not to stop with this body. I don't want to be the ones telling him not to speak the peace officers' names. That's I think that should be his choice to do so or not to do so. And if it's not to do so, that pressure should not be coming from us. And it's very troubling where that pressure is coming from. Furthermore, I think there's an exemption in 832.7 for investigations or proceedings concerning the conduct of peace officers, and I'm wondering how that factors into this. But I hate to blow it out open wide, but I don't want that directive coming from. I don't feel comfortable with that.
Okay, I'd like to hear some public comment on this jurisdiction.
If you read the documents, you'll find that the police officers are now retired, so they would be considered civilians now. And Mr. Lee is not an active peace officer right now.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Well, I'm glad you spent 20 minutes on the issue of jurisdiction when I don't think they were contesting jurisdiction. But I would agree with Member Hepner and Member Wolf that you should not preclude the complainant from disclosing anybody he wants to disclose. Case law cited it was not on point. This is not a disciplinary hearing. And regarding the penal code, the complainant has waived his privilege of confidentiality. I don't see anything in the legal memorandum by Deputy City Cola on point. So I think you are acting excessively by even implying to the complainant that he shouldn't disclose names, that he may need to disclose the names to prove his case that the hearing should have been held in open session. If you review your packet, I think the initial determination by the Civil Service Commission was that they were going to hold it in open session. So it'd be helpful to review your packet before you have a discussion on any particular item on your agenda. you have jurisdiction and they're not conceding jurisdiction. The issue is whether or not the names can be disclosed. I think you should encourage the complainant to name any names he feels necessary to prove that there's been a sunshine violation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment on the motion to find jurisdiction? Seeing none, I'd like to have a roll call vote on this one. Member Young?
Yes. On the motion to find jurisdiction, Member Rummel. I can clarify that motion if you would like. The motion is to find jurisdiction over file number 13091 with the proviso that the advice concerning not disclosing names is only the advice of the city attorney, and the task force is not taking a position on that advice.
Could you repeat that?
Repeat that.
The motion is to find jurisdiction over file number 13091, and then any discussion regarding the disclosure of names is the advice of the city attorney only, and is not the position taken by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
So through the chair, does this mean that we are or we're not going to be discussing names?
The complainant has agreed not to disclose names, but the task force is not taking a position on that at this time, from my understanding.
We are not prohibiting him from saying anything whatsoever. Member Rummel.
Nor are we encouraging it.
Right. Yeah.
We are silent on the question.
So through the chair, we're being neutral on that. Is what we're trying to, and so we're trying to do just a vote on jurisdiction purely.
Yes. On that motion, Member Rummel.
Aye.
Rummel, aye. Member Winston. Winston absent. Member
Aye.
Wolf. Wolf, aye. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member David.
No.
David, no. Member Fisher.
No.
Fisher, no. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye.
Member Oka?
My apologies. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. The motion passes.
All right. At this time, Mr. Lee, as the complainant, you have 5 minutes to present your case before us.
Yes, like I said, I want to explain that I've been a member of the San Francisco Police Department for 27 and a half years. I'd say about once I got promoted to the Inspectors Bureau in 1999, and how you get your assignments is by seniority. You put your name on a list, and when an opening comes up, they call you and they say, if you want the spot, if you're next up, you go. So I ended out, prior to going to homicide, I worked at sex crimes. I worked there for just under 7 years. And so my name was coming up towards homicide. The department decided to change the rules and to go to a subjective interview process. And I had to interview twice, and it was very subjective. It was basically, they just wanted to keep out people they didn't want in the unit. And they traditionally didn't have minority inspectors in the homicide unit. There's never been an Asian American inspector in the SFPD homicide unit, so I would be the first one. So I was basically complained before the police commission 7 or 8 times, went before public comment and complained about the process. I even got a petition signed by 406 officers of my department complaining about how the process is unfair. 406 is significant in the sense that 406 is our radio code for officer down, officer needs emergency help. So this, I wanted to finish my career as a homicide inspector. I've had 1 meritorious conduct award, 2 police commission accommodations, over 150 captain's complimentaries, and no prior disciplinary actions. So I wanted to go there and try to do a good job. And so what happened was did their best to keep me out. But after finally making a bunch of complaints, after interviewing a second time, I finally got in. And I thought the department would leave me alone, but unfortunately, the 2 lieutenants in the homicide unit were going to make it a point to drive me out of the unit. So during my 9 months at the homicide unit, and I want to wish it upon anybody in the San Francisco Police Department. I mean, it was a classic textbook case of retaliation and discrimination. I don't have to give their names. And they finally kicked me out of the unit in January of 2010. But I kept my chin up. They put me in a dead-end assignment for 3 years at Southern Station. I continued to do a good job, and finally my transfer came up to Central Station. But in the meantime, while all that was going on, I had to file EEO complaints. And I guess I'm getting a little emotional here, but
take your time.
I did my best coming to work every day, and I just wanted to do the best I could for the city, that's what I've been doing. And what happened was that I ended up having to file complaints. The department trumped up charges against me. They brought me up on 5 disciplinary charges. 3 of them were for lying. 2 of the lieutenants and an inspector in the unit conspired, and they made lying allegations. If you lie, you get terminated. That's straight up. You can no longer be a police officer. At the police commission hearing, August 15th, 2012, the commission found on the 3 lying allegations, 5-0, that I didn't lie. So if I didn't lie, the 2 lieutenants and the inspector lied. So I think that's clear. They trumped up the other 2 charges. One was over a shield law, trying to protect the student journalists. And so anyway, I filed EO complaints. The Department of Human Resources didn't sustain the complaint of retaliation discrimination. I've appealed it to the department, to the Civil Service Commission, and requested a public hearing, and they held the session in closed session, even though I requested a public hearing. So that's the gist of the case.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Okay, seeing none, the respondent, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Jennifer Johnston on behalf of the Civil Service Commission. As indicated, the matter before you is an appeal by Frankly of the Human Resources Director's determination on 2 discrimination and harassment complaints he filed against fellow peace officers. And the commission did decide to hold those 2 appeals in closed session, which was not only permissible under the Sunshine Ordinance and Brown Act, but it was in fact mandatory under the Penal Code and well-established case law. In terms of why it was permissible under the Sunshine Ordinance and Brown Act, Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.10b provides that a policy body may but is not required to hold closed sessions to consider the appointment, employment, evaluation, performance, or dismissal of a city employee if the policy body has the authority to do so, or to hear complaints or charges brought against the employee by another person or employee unless the employee complained or requests a public hearing. And then there's a similar provision in Government Code Section 54957B1, which also provides that a local agency may hold in closed session, or the Brown Act is not to prevent a public agency from holding in closed session hearing on complaints or charges brought against the employee by another person or employee unless the employee requests a public session. And I believe that those particular provisions are included in your packet from the district city attorney. In this case, the personnel section applies. This clearly was a proceeding before the Civil Service Commission. It was a de novo review of the Human Resources Director's decision on a complaint alleging that fellow peace officers had engaged in discriminatory and illegal harassing behavior towards Inspector Lee. So for that reason, the commission held it in closed session. However, I do have to say, for appeals alleging discrimination against employees who are not peace officers, the commission in most instances does not exercise its discretion to hold those matters in closed session. And even if the task force finds that this permissive exception doesn't apply, the Sunshine Ordinance provisions cannot trump state law, which are those provided under the Penal Code. The Commission's decision to hold Inspector Lee's appeals in closed session was done in accordance with its established peace officer proceedings and guidelines, and those are included in my response to the task force at page 183 of your agenda packet. Those were developed in consultation with City Attorney's Office to ensure the Commission's meeting procedures comply with Penal Code Section 832.7. The Police Commission has done the same. The Penal Code makes confidential all peace officer personnel records as well as information obtained from those records. Penal Code Section 832.8E defines personnel records broadly to include complaints or investigations of complaints concerning an event or transaction in which he or she participated and pertaining to the manner in which he or she performed his or her duties. Fitting squarely within that definition are complaints alleging that a peace officer has engaged in unlawful, discriminatory, and retaliatory actions, i.e. misconduct, in the course of his or her duties, which is precisely what Inspector Lee is asserting. In Copley Press, the California Supreme Court held that Section 832.7 also applies to records of administrative proceedings, such as those of the Civil Service Commission. And case law has made it clear that to implement the Penal Code's mandate of confidentiality, the city must keep confidential not just the personnel records, but also any hearing considering those records. For example, in Berkeley Police Association, the court held that public hearings on complaints against peace officers would necessarily violate the Penal Code by disclosing the names and identities of those officers who are the subject of those complaints and the content of the investigations into those complaints. This makes sense, obviously, since holding an open session hearing on a confidential matter would be counterintuitive and contrary to the provisions and rights afforded under the Penal Code. Berkeley and other cases have also made it clear that protections also extend beyond just disciplinary proceedings. Discipline need not ensue or even be a matter under consideration. We do not assert that we must necessarily, in every case, hold a closed session hearing and full redaction of any and all materials anytime there's a peace officer related to complaint. We recognize that the Commission must engage in a case-by-case evaluation of to make a determination on whether the proceeding can or should be held in open session, and if any material should be made public. And again, if you want to review the guidelines that I provide in your packet at page 183, you'll see it's a three-step process, actually a four-step process. First, the determination is, does this involve a complaint against a peace officer? Again, obviously in this matter it does. It's alleging that they've engaged in, I'm out of time. Okay, these are very nuanced. Okay, so we acted in accordance with that. We sent notifications to all the accused officers asking if they want to waive their right. They either did not, well, none of them responded waiving their right, and we in fact received phone calls from two individuals asserting, requesting we maintain their confidentiality. Our agendas and all the packets complied with public records laws and requirements. And I have much more to say, so I appear to be out of time. I don't know if you wish to hear the rest or our responses to his arguments.
You'll have 3 minutes for rebuttal, and then the members will have questions undoubtedly.
Okay, thank you.
All right, the matters. First of all, is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Okay, seeing none. Member David?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Lee. So first of all, thank you very much for your service to the city. That's very commendable. I'm curious, what would be the ideal result? What are you coming before us to ask for?
Well, I think the session's already been held in closed session. At a certain point in time, I think a statute of limitations, those documents will become public record, I think, in a couple of years anyway. What I'm asking you guys to do is order the Civil Service Commission make all those documents public, like the Police Commission documents, so the public is aware of what's going on. I think open government, sunshine ordinance, that's what you guys have to make that difficult choice, and you should err on the side of releasing those documents, because those individuals are already named in the Police Commission. All someone has to do is make a comparison, and they're going to get the names. If someone wants the names, they can just go to the Police Commission case C10032, and then the police commission will release those documents upon a public request.
So can I have a follow? May I have a follow?
Right,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So I just want to be clear. You are not asking. Let me try to phrase it positively. So the issue that you have is not that this was in closed session. You're now asking for the documents that were created in that closed session to be made public. I'm just asking, like, what is it?
I wanted the hearing in public, but the Civil Service Commission, supposedly on the advice of the city attorney, said, no, we're going to hold this thing in closed session, and that's what they did.
Okay.
And they made that decision, and even though I requested a public hearing, so it's already a done deal. You can't go unless you want to redo the hearing and have it in public. So the only thing is, asking you guys to have the authority to ask them to release the documents as a public record. Because I don't know what the statute of limitations is, but they're going to have to release the documents to the public sooner or later anyway.
And in your sunshine request, was that part of your request, the release of these documents, or is this kind of a?
Well, I just made the complaint just so I wanted the sunshine ordinance to be aware of this, and I didn't know what resolution that the sunshine ordinance can provide, so I figured I'd come here and ask. But I think the remedy should be, since the hearing's already over, to release the documents as a public record so anybody that wants to look at it can get a copy.
Okay, thank you.
Member Fisher, did you have a question?
Yeah, come on back, Inspector Lee. So I may just be repeating the same question my colleague, Member David, asked, but I want to drill down a little more. First of all, again, I know how hard it is for you to come here, so thanks for coming up here. I'm familiar with your work going all the way back to the Jordan administration. I know it's been a tough 24 years, so thank you. I guess I want to get a little more specific. Is there a specific document that you're requesting from the civil service that you're not getting? Because really, you just asked the question, what can we do for you? That's all we can do for you, is any documents. We have no...
Well, I mean, I wanted the hearing to be in public, but the Civil Service Commission held the hearing in closed session. I guess maybe I should have, prior to the hearing, made the complaint so you guys can either rule, okay, they can have it in closed session or have it in open session, but it's kind of like they told me I couldn't continue the hearing and had to go forward. And, I just think, I think the public, to do this is even in Nazi Germany, they still had public show trials. That's, I guess, I can say that.
I know. What I'm getting at is the frustration I've felt for the last 2 years and 1 month is that our scope is so limited. If there's documents that you're missing or public records, we can order that or compel those to be shared. We can't compel that they get created. We can't change something that already happened. Is there something that we can do for you with respect to what's in our scope?
The only thing, like I said, the only thing I'd ask is that the hearing transcripts, everything be released.
Okay,
so any member of the public that wants to look at it can have the option of looking at it.
Member Pelpel? Member Wolf first.
Could Ms. Johnston come up, please? So you mentioned that this was a de novo hearing, which I understand means like a do-over of the previous hearing. Was the original hearing in closed session, or?
So, pardon me. It's a review of the investigative file, all of the information that the parties present. Sorry, through the chair. Pardon me. All of the information that the parties present at the hearing. Then the commission makes a determination on whether or not the alleged misconduct did occur, whether it constituted discrimination, retaliation, harassment, and then appropriate whatever the appropriate remedy or would be. So they review the entire file anew and determine whether or not the facts support a finding.
And would this be considered Inspector Lee's hearing or the officers whose names we're not discussing's hearing? Whose hearing is this that you would call this hearing?
I'm not entirely sure. It's a hearing on the allegations by Inspector Lee
against the other two
against
individuals.
the accused peace officers.
So, from your perspective, who would be able to waive confidentiality of that hearing then?
So under the penal code, it's Inspector Lee and all of the accused officers, because with them, they each have a right to confidentiality over complaints alleging their misconduct under the penal code.
Okay, that helps. And then, was that hearing recorded?
It was, yes.
So there is an audio recording that, if it was decided should have been made public, could be made public of what happened in the hearing?
Technically, yes.
Whoa.
Yeah, there is a recording, and if so ordered, and there is a recording that could be disclosed.
If the decision by all parties was made to make it available, that recording does exist?
Yes, if all parties waive the right to confidentiality, we'd be able to make them public.
Great, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Member Pelpel, and then Member Hepner.
Let me start with Inspector Lee. I don't believe I've met Inspector Lee. I've spent many days since I got this packet going through this. I take this very seriously, and I think that there are a lot of complicated issues here. Starting with the description of the item at the Civil Service Commission meeting. And I guess I should point out this was heard at the meeting of April 1st, 2013, and was further heard December 2nd, 2013. And I think I understand this there was a third hearing.
Yeah, I
in
think
April of this year, and the matter has been decided and is now final at the Civil Service Commission?
That's correct.
Do you want to just mention the outcome in case that's...
Yeah, initially it was 2-2. The first hearing, they didn't have a fifth commissioner, and then I guess they changed commissioners, and then finally at the end they made a 5-0 ruling to support the Department of Human Resources that there was no finding of a discrimination or retaliation.
Okay, and the matter is now final, and is there any legal action that's happening?
No, I actually told the Civil Service Commission that I was not planning on filing any legal action.
Okay, so we're just discussing the administrative hearing at Civil Service and whether it should have been open or closed.
That's correct.
Okay, so what I take from this in part is that we're not going to second guess the decision of the commission on substance, and we're not going to review that at all, nor are we necessarily going to ask Civil Service to do this over again, but we might suggest parameters for future hearings before the Civil Service Commission were a similar matter to come up. That's a potential outcome that I see. But let me just ask on the description on the April 2013 hearing, page 193 of our packet, I'm reading closed session appeal by Frankly of the Human Resources Director's determination of insufficient evidence to sustain his claim of discrimination based on race, ethnicity, and retaliation. Was that a fair description from your perspective of the actual item that you were bringing before the Civil Service Commission?
Just to maybe so people can understand the process a little bit better, is that when I initially filed complaints, the department used to have their own internal EEO unit, and then I guess a couple of years ago they decided to have the city Department of Human Resources investigate department EEO complaints. So the Department of Human Resource investigators did their investigation. They told me there's insufficient grounds. There's no race, there's no discrimination. You've been treated fine. And so they give you a provision where you can appeal, and I guess it gets signed off by the Director of Human Resources, Mickey Callan. Well, I guess I shouldn't mention her name, but anyway, so it's...
I don't believe she's a peace officer, but that's okay.
Okay.
I think what I was getting at is, and for me this is a very critical question, whether the issue at Civil Service was whether there was insufficient evidence to sustain your claim, or if it was actually hearing the merits of the complaint. So for me, the question of whether there was insufficient evidence to proceed to a further investigation or recommendations.
Well, I personally believe there's more than sufficient evidence to sustain a complaint of discrimination or retaliation, but that's my opinion. But
was it that question of how much evidence you were bringing and whether that was sufficient to meet whatever burden you had under applicable laws and rules. Was that really the issue before civil service, or was it the alleged conduct itself? And I'm sorry if that's not clear. That's what's bugging me.
I don't really know what you're asking me.
For me, this question of insufficient evidence, so did you demonstrate enough, is different from whether the evidence itself showed that you were right or wrong.
Well, I was documenting things as I was going along, as I was in the unit. I was hoping the retaliation would stop, but they gave me, the typical, I've never had a poor performance review. All of a sudden I got a substandard performance review. All the little things that just pile on, and I just documented it and notified the Department of Human Resources, the EEO investigator. But they brought people in, they interviewed them, and we know most internal EO units, they don't sustain the complaints. That's always been the case. Okay. No matter how much evidence you get. They're basically trying to drive me out of the unit, trying to drive me out of the department. I just stuck in there.
I got it. And is your basic reason for why you wanted this to be held in open session so that you could explain the basis and tell your story, and hopefully people would be with it, but in any event that it would be out there? Was that your purpose?
Well, I'm a public employee. Even when the department brought me up on disciplinary charges, I'm not going to hide like most cops. I have nothing to hide. I'm a public employee. I'm a servant to the citizens of San Francisco. I come to work. I do the best I can. I wasn't guilty of any of those charges. And if you look at my final written closing argument, I explained everything. And let me show you how unfair the police commission was. They gave a date for final submission of written closing arguments. They didn't like Mr. Heckler, the internal affairs prosecutor's final written closing argument, so Chief Sir fires him. And then they get Mr. Allen in there. He basically begs the police commission to get a second chance to submit a second rebuttal. I mean, it was a farce.
Okay, I think I got it. Could I go to Ms. Johnston?
Yes.
Thank you. We're all set. Thank you. I'm going to Ms. Johnston. Okay, so I thought I was trying to understand better the item that was before the commission. Can you also answer my question about whether it was finding whether there was sufficient evidence or if it was actually hearing the underlying complaint itself?
It's both. So again, what the commission will do is review the entire investigative report, determine whether or not it's true that officers, ABC engaged in XYZ, and was that sufficient to support a claim of discrimination, retaliation, harassment. But the ultimate issue to be determined is, did the officers engage in misconduct, number one? And number two, was it sufficient to establish, for example, if you're a claim of harassment in the workplace, did officers say, X, Y, Z? Okay, let's assume that's true. The next question is, does that suffice to establish a claim of harassment? So it's all of the above. It's, did the officers engage in the alleged misconduct, and did that rise to the level of discrimination, retaliation, harassment? So it's twofold. It's, did they engage in the misconduct, and did that constitute harassment, discrimination, retaliation? Unlawful retaliation, discrimination.
Chair Washburn.
Member David.
Yeah, I would like to at least throw out there that it seems to me that for the task force, there's really two questions that are really important to us. One was the hearing appropriate? Should the hearing have been public, or was it okay to do private? And two, are there any documents that should be released that have not been released, right? Like the facts of the case, like we're not here to rehear that. And as much as I appreciate Member Pilpel's questions about the facts of the case, I think that we need to stay on focus.
But I wasn't asking about the facts of the case. I was asking about the jurisdiction of the commission.
Okay, but I just want to once again say, I think that we need to focus on whether it seems to me that there are two questions before us. One is that should the case have perhaps been done in a public forum as opposed to a private forum, and you obviously it was chosen done in private, and was there legal justification to do that? And two, are there documents from the hearing that should be made public that have not been made public? And so those are the things that I would encourage us to stay focused on.
Fair enough. So
Okay.
I was.
Yes, but Member Hepner has.
I'll defer and come back.
Just a quick question for Ms. Johnston, because even in looking in this at this some of the case law cited briefly, I think you could brief for quite a while on the legal issue here, and there are competing interests. There's the interest in confidentiality in police record reports. Copley presented that or protected that information on the basis that it was private or sensitive material that would be released if those records were public. There's a countervailing interest in it's a public interest in openness, and that interest allows, for instance, for the disclosure of names of officers that are involved in police shootings, where there is the result is in death, and this is or serious harm, and these are matters of great public importance, and the names of officers involved in those shootings, whether or not they amount to fireable offenses or those names are open to the public. I'm wondering if you can speak to whether the balance of those two interests informed your decision and speak to that issue.
Okay, if I may, through the chair. I believe that you're referring to the recent Long Beach case that just came down.
Correct.
Yeah, and in that matter, that actually came under CPRA, the balancing. It was not under pursuant to the penal code protections because those do not involve complaints against peace officers. They weren't requesting to disclose complaints against peace officers. It was the names of peace officers who had been involved in injuries and shootings. And again, because the applicable the provisions of the penal code do not apply in those because they weren't related to complaints. It was that balancing act was done under the California Public Records Act, which is not what we're. So
had someone filed a complaint about one of those officers involved in the shooting, would that make their records then private and not fall under Long Beach? Or is that? I believe so. Right. It would not. It would be heard under the penal code as opposed to CPRA.
Well,
I'm sorry. Pardon me.
Could you explain that a little further?
My understanding from reading what I have is that the court made its determination under the balancing under CPRA. It wasn't under the penal code. That wasn't discussed from my understanding. It was they weren't requesting complaints to be released or individuals who had complaints against them. It was just the names of officers who had been involved in shootings. And I believe that the jurisdiction in that matter try to argue that, well, with every shooting, we complete an investigation, and so that counts. And it didn't involve complaints, as is this case. This squarely falls under the penal code protections as a complaint against a peace officer alleging misconduct in the course of his or her duties. And in referring to the penal code, that case was all about 832.7. Is that the measure of the penal code that you're? Yeah, but I believe that it was the balancing act under CPRA. My understanding was it did not allege complaints against peace officers. What they were asking for was the names of officers involved in shootings. Right, but then it seems sort of silly then that someone could simply file a complaint against an officer and immediately their personnel file would become secret. I haven't spent as long as people involved in this matter researching that, but that seems like a silly result of that analysis. And then the other question that I have, was there any analysis of the private or sensitive personnel matters that were involved in this case that warranted the closed hearing? Through the chair, I don't understand the question. I'm sorry. Well, the interest in keeping police officer records private and confidential is based on the possibility that private or sensitive information about those peace officers would be revealed in personnel records. That's directly lifted from Copley. And I'm wondering if that analysis took place and was that determination made?
Or did you just ask officers whether they waived their right to confidentiality?
I don't believe the penal code allows us the discretion to make that determination. It's very clear that it doesn't. The penal code doesn't say it's based on an analysis of. The penal code specifically, the provision specifically says that complaints against peace officers alleging misconduct in the course of their duties shall be confidential. It doesn't say you balance the interests of the peace officers in disclosing that information.
Except that we're talking about cases that interpret that exact provision, and so that kind of falls under that section of the penal code, in my opinion. So I respectfully disagree that wouldn't factor into this analysis, or that you shouldn't have to be involved in that inquiry given the precedent set by Copley and Long Beach. But
okay. And then, sorry, not to argue respectfully, the permissible the permissible topic under the government code and Sunshine also allows for within the agency's discretion to hold such matters in closed session, which again the commission generally does not do unless it involves peace officers.
Right, and then my only question then is what discretion was exercised? Was there a discussion? Was there an investigation as to whether that discretion needed to be exercised? Was there a balancing of the interests given Mr. Lee's request that it be a public hearing?
Through the chair, sorry. Yes, when the commission makes a determination, they have, again, the full extent of the investigative report, which is often inches thick. They have the appellant's information, the statement of their complaint. They have rebuttal information. They have all of at least the documents up until that point to make a determination as to whether or not it should indeed be, it does indeed involve confidential peace officer records. Okay, thank you.
Member Rummold?
In some of the documents that have been submitted, I see that you sometimes have partial closed sessions. Was there any attempt to have a partial closed session in this case? Why did you decide against having a partial closed session?
Yeah, through the chair, pardon me. It is to be made on a case-by-case basis. The fundamental issue here to be determined is whether or not the officer is engaged in misconduct. So it would be impossible to divorce the two issues because at issue is the complaint alleging misconduct. And even if we found some way to do it, we wouldn't be able to guarantee that the names of the officers wouldn't be disclosed in the course of the hearing on the appeal.
So could the transcript of the closed session be made with redactions to, identifying information?
Theoretically, yes. Most, if not everything, would be redacted. But yes, I would say.
What does that mean?
I mean, everything but the Inspector Lee's name and the commissioners, but a majority, would have to be redacted. But it is possible, yes.
Member Highland, and then I have a question.
Through the chair, Ms. Johnston, there's a little bit here that's troubling me where I heard there was a change of the guard, if you like, of the commissioners, and that this meeting was going to be open, and then the city attorney's advice was sought and the meeting was not open any longer. That troubles me. That's been sticking in the back of my head since this began. So could you talk to the timing of, yes. Because, sometimes it's hard when you're a new commissioner. You just go along with what the city attorney advises, and I've seen that. So can you give us a bit of the chronology of how this took place?
Certainly, through the chair. I'm glad you brought that up because it's actually an absolutely untrue statement in Inspector Lee's complaint. And in fact, I provided you with minutes from the meeting at which it was postponed, not because there was ever any question about whether or not it should be held in closed session. There was never any question between the commission and the city attorney as to whether it should be held in closed session. The reason why we postponed it was because new advice of the city attorney that said, perhaps there's due process implications that apply here because the commission's making a factual determination as to whether they engaged in misconduct, which could be used by the appointing officer to impose discipline. So it was a due process concern of the accused officers, and so we postponed it in order to allow the commission to notify the accused officers that there would be a closed session hearing on the matter and that they had a right to attend and respond to the allegations. But there was never any question about whether or not it should be held in closed session. That's an untrue statement in Inspector Lee's complaint. And the minutes that I provided you, they're in the packet, I believe, at attachment. Well, I can look them up if you'd like. If you'd
Page
like.
191.
Thank you, page 191.
All right. I believe there are questions down the line here. So, Member Oka.
Okay. Inspector Lee, please. Help me out here. Did you ask for the documents in your case to be
Can I come up and try to hear him?
disclosed?
Can you repeat this question?
Oh, didn't. Oh, okay. I know. I heard you say you want all the documents in this particular case to be open. Did you ask initially that be done?
From the very beginning, when I had communication with Ms. Johnson, I said I wanted a public hearing. She sent me the document. I believe I signed it, said I'm requesting a public hearing. I think at the first couple of hearings, I said, I want this hearing. I said, the police commission is held in public. The Civil Service Commission is held in public. I said, we live in San Francisco. We're the most open city in the world, and why are we holding this thing in closed session? I mean, just, it sounds like I got something to hide. I mean, when you hold things in closed session, it's just, I've always asked that the session be held open, and for the police commission case, you can actually request transcripts of the complete hearing, and it's a public document. So, and that's what it should be for the Civil Service Commission. It's no different.
Member Oka, you okay? All right. Member Hepner, did you have a question next?
The subject matter of this hearing, to your understanding, was it an indictment of your employment, or was it an investigation of whether there was a justifiable retaliation claim against the officers involved? Does that make sense? Was your employment was your termination being considered, or were the actions of the other officers being considered? Does that make?
So to give you some background on what was going on. While all this was going on, the department brought me up on charges, but I was still at the homicide detail. And I knew I was walking on eggshells. And basically, I knew I had to document everything, keep a timeline. And I knew my days were numbered there. And I was hoping that it would just eventually just leave me alone and let me do my job. And it just never happened. So.
Through the chair.
Member Pilpel was next.
Okay.
I'll defer to Member Highland.
So I just want to clarify something you said earlier. So you cited that police case 1032, etc. So that you've had your, I guess your day in court, so to speak, with the police department.
Police commission.
Police commission. This second open hearing was your, if you like, your rebuttal, if you like, to that action. Is that?
No, I think it's a separate issue. The department brought me up on disciplinary charges. Right. That's, department, I filed EO complaints. They turned around, retaliated, brought me up on charges, tried to get me fired. I mean, and so the EO complaint was going on. The disciplinary charges were going on. And so finally went before the police commission after, in August 15, 2012, they sustained specifications 1 and specifications number 5, and they gave me a 30 calendar day suspension, which I already served. And then
they dismissed the other charges, right?
The disciplinary charges I served already, but my EEO complaints were winding through the DHR, EEO, and then. So. Okay,
and then this whole thing ending up with the Civil Service Commission was your basically your
Yeah, I wasn't satisfied with the decision of the Director of Human Resources, and they give you the option of appealing it before the full Civil Service Commission.
Okay.
And I didn't think they were going to hold it in closed session, but they did.
Okay. It just seems odd to me that, the first sessions were open, and the Sixth Amendment, you get to face your accuser. That's closed. That just seems at odds to me. But I'm not an expert in these things, so.
Let's hear Member Pilpel and then Member Wolf.
Thank you. So a couple of things. First to Member Highland, be aware that there were different proceedings. There were proceedings before the Police Commission, a whole set of and then the thing before the Civil Service was entirely different. Yes, they were related, but they were actually separate proceedings. So I wanted to come back to 67.10B. I was getting to that, but probably being long-winded in the way that I am. So back to Ms. Johnston. Again, on the agenda for the April 2013 meeting, the basis for the closed session, I'm just reading from the agenda, basis for closed session, personnel exception, Government Code 54957B1, Admin Code 67.10B, and then Peace Officer Confidentiality Statutes, 832.5.7 and .8. So it seems to me that the general rule under the Brown Act and the Sunshine Ordinance is that public meetings are open and public, and the exceptions to hold closed sessions are narrow and limited, and only those permitted topics in both of those acts are the bases for closed sessions. We don't just decide, well, it's Wednesday night, so let's just hold a closed session. There's no legal basis for doing so. So I'm trying to figure out how this particular item fell within 67.10B and 54957B1. So can you walk me through that? We have that in our packet on page 155. And I think the language in the Brown Act is slightly different, but is similar enough. And it's, the one was modeled on the other.
So there are two types of personnel exceptions. One is, again, and I don't mean to, I'll read it. So a policy body may, but is not required, so permissible, to hold closed sessions. First part, to consider the appointment, employment, evaluation of performance, or dismissal of a city employee if the policy body has the authority to appoint, employ, or dismiss the employee. So that's one, comma, or to hear complaints or charges brought against the employee by another person or employee unless the employee complained or requests a public hearing.
Great. So let's go through both of those for a second. So did the policy body in question, the Civil Service Commission, have the authority to appoint, employ, or dismiss the employee or employees complained of?
Well, so since you ask, it was more heavily weighed or more heavily dependent upon that second part of the provision. But yes, the Civil Service Commission, so the Attorney General and the City Attorney's Office has opined that those provisions apply, so they apply even to commissions or committees who don't have the final authority or decision-making authority, but that do play a specific role in such matters. And let me just get my provisions. If you'll just forgive me for a moment to find.
Was that a no?
I'm sorry?
Sounds like no.
Was that a no?
Was that a note?
Was that a no?
Well, no, it's a yes, but it's...
Sounds like a no to me. I mean...
So the Civil Service Commission under the Charter is specifically charged with the role of resolving and...
Hold on. Just... to consider the appointment, employment, evaluation, or performance, or dismissal of a city employee if the policy body has the authority to appoint, employ, or dismiss the employee. Yes or no?
So,
yes or no?
No.
Thank you.
Okay.
Second part.
Okay.
Thank you. That was great. Or to hear complaints or charges brought against the employee by another person or employee unless the employee complained of requests a public hearing. Was this, in fact, hearing the complaint or charges, or as I was getting to earlier, was this merely establishing whether or not there was sufficient evidence?
So through the chair again.
And you said it was both. So.
It specifically reviewed is the complaints against the peace officers. That is the issue that is under the commission's consideration.
mean, this is where I'm having a problem. So you're saying that any body, essentially any body that's hearing complaints against an employee by someone else, regardless of whether that body has appointment or dismissal authority, may hold a closed session to hear those complaints?
That is
General
specifically specifically what the Sunshine Ordinance provision and the government code specifically provides, again, is permissible topic is a complaint against an employee, which is what we had here with respect to the matter that Inspector Lee brought before the commission.
Through the chair, were those other two police officers currently employees at that time?
It was actually more than 2 employees. As Inspector Lee noted, there were some lieutenants as well. Yes, they were employees at the time, and some remain employees.
Okay, because we heard from the public that they're no longer.
That was another one of the allegations that Inspector Lee had made, but that is also not a correct statement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Member Pilpel.
yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to wrap up. I'm trying to get my head around that section. I believe that if you're in a permissive state and you were okay there, then you go to the penal code section and see if that controls. It just seems to me that the police commission, to the extent that it has the authority to appoint, employ, or dismiss, that they're the body that holds potential closed sessions, and I'm not yet persuaded that under the application of the Charter and the Civil Service rules that the Civil Service Commission was actually hearing the complaint. I think
so. Those are 2 separate sections.
This is the problem I'm having.
Right. So under ordinary,
the Charter controls. I'm not saying that they didn't have the power. I'm trying to figure out who was exercising what power and how that falls within Sunshine and the Brown Act.
Right. So through the chair,
Right.
Yes. There are 2 separate sections under that provision of the Sunshine Ordinance. One is to hear, again, to consider the appointment, employment, evaluate, won't waste your time, and then, comma, or to hear complaints or charges brought against the employee by another person or employee unless the employee complained or requests public hearing. So the qualifier that they have the authority to appoint, evaluate, dismiss is separate. It's part of another section of that provision. That second provision stands alone as an exception.
So I guess what I'm trying to do is reconcile this with the Charter. So is reviewing and resolving allegations of discrimination the same as hearing complaints or charges brought?
So yes, but that falls under the first part of the permissible topics of the personnel section. You're referring to the first part, which is if it's to evaluate, appoint, dismiss a city employee, a public policy may, if it has the authority to do so.
No, I'm actually in the second part. I agree with Member Highland that it's a no to the first, but it's a maybe to the second. Mm-hmm. So I'm on the second, which is to hear complaints or charges brought, and I'm reconciling that with 10.101 of the Charter to have procedures to review and resolve allegations of discrimination. So is reviewing and resolving allegations of discrimination, to the extent that the Commission has the power and is doing that, is that the same as hearing complaints or charges brought?
Yes, it's a complaint of discrimination and a charge of discrimination or retaliation or harassment brought against another employee. It is a complaint
To the chair.
of misconduct.
And have there been previous cases of the police department that's been before your commission which are similar, that have always gone into closed session? In other words, is it always the case that you go into closed session for this, or is it subjective?
Before Copley, the commission heard all complaints in open session. Post Copley, we established these procedures in accordance with upon the advice of the deputy city attorney. It has been the case that all of our peace officer complaints have been heard in closed session. But that was based on a case-by-case analysis of whether or not we would be able to bifurcate the issues and somehow hold some of it in open session and some of it in closed session. And in those cases, we made the determination that would just not be possible. because the issue at hand was the very basis of the complaint was the alleged misconduct. But it is not necessarily the case that it must always happen in closed session.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess.
Excuse me, is there Member Wolf?
Ms. Johnston, I have.
Can you use the mic?
I'm sorry about that, Ms. Johnston. I have page 183, this Guidelines for Civil Service Commission Proceedings Involving Police Officers or Peace Officer Personnel Records. And this looks like it's a document drafted by the City of San Francisco Civil Service Commission based on Penal Code 832.7 and 832.8. Is that?
That is correct, yes.
And then, so neither 832.7 nor 832.8 directly pertain to public meetings. It's only through Copley that that connection of why that meeting would be in closed doors was made, right?
Through the chair, Copley and cases that have come before it. It's a California Supreme Court case. Yes.
Right, but the decision around why this would be in closed session as opposed to open session hinges on Copley and other cases that have come after that.
Correct, interpreting the requirements of the Penal Code, that's right.
So where in Copley does it relate directly? So I've never heard Copley brought in regards to a civil service commission hearing. Where is that connection that those two are what's the tangent? I think you know what I'm trying to ask without me being able to ask it.
Through the chair. Copley, there were a number of determinations that came out of Copley. Number one was that the provisions of the Penal Code do not only apply to civil or disciplinary proceedings, it also applies to administrative hearings. And in that case, individuals were seeking documents that were produced in the course of it was a disciplinary appeal hearing, where a peace officer was appealing disciplinary, and it may have been termination, I can't recall at this time. But Copley decided that that such matters, that it extends beyond criminal and civil proceedings, and that let me actually get specifics so I can. So penal code protection apply to administrative hearings, and then if you're asking with respect to where is the nexus to, okay, so having that an open session, that would also come out. Well, so in Copley they didn't have to make that determination because it was a closed session proceeding by the Civil Service Commission, but in subsequent cases as well, like in City of Berkeley Berkeley Police Association versus City of Berkeley, again also provided that those proceedings must be held in closed session because otherwise, it would be counterintuitive to penal code protections to have it in open session because you'd be disclosing the identity of the peace officer and the alleged misconduct and the investigation into that alleged misconduct.
But if Inspector Lee had, instead of taken this complaint, this discrimination complaint, instead of taking it through the Civil Service Commission and the Police Commission, if he had filed a 1983, is that the right number for a federal discrimination case, then this whole thing and the officers' names would all have remained in open court and in public, right?
I really don't know. I can't speak to. I can't speak to that. I can just speak to what the penal code provisions apply in terms of Civil Service Commission proceedings.
Right, that makes sense. Thanks.
Okay, obviously not.
Are there additional questions, members? Okay, at this time, Ms. Johnston, you have 3 minutes for a rebuttal.
Oh, okay. Just to address Inspector Lee's two arguments, first of all, the police commission proceeding, that was into his own alleged misconduct. At no time was the misconduct of other individuals under review. He was the only person up for discipline, and he was the only person disciplined in that matter. With respect to the second, where he was said, and I think I already addressed it, where he had said that retired peace officers no longer hold a protection. I cited case law that said they do, and also not all the police officers have waived their right. So under the facts here, the commission was forbidden under Section 832 of the Penal Code from convening an open session to hear his discrimination appeals, as it would have resulted in the disclosure and identity of confidential peace officer records of the individuals accused of engaging in unlawful misconduct. Because the commission acted in accordance with, number one, it's just permissive discretion under Sunshine Ordinance and government code provisions, and under mandatory requirements of the penal code, we respectfully request the task force dismiss the complaint. Again, given the specific circumstances of Inspector Lee's discrimination appeals and in light of our careful review of his discrimination complaints and investigative records, we determined that it would have been impossible to maintain the confidentiality of the accused peace officers, whether active or retired, in any open session or partially open session. Inspector Lee is not the only peace officer for whom confidentiality protections apply. He doesn't have a right to waive the rights of other individuals, even by mentioning their names in other proceedings. He does not waive their rights to confidentiality they may have. And in fact, again, those peace officers have specifically not waived their rights, and in some circumstances requested that their rights be strictly maintained. So with that, I leave you the discretion of making the determination. But again, we respectfully request that you dismiss the complaint. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I just want to say it's in the public's interest that these matters be disclosed. I think it's important that if you have several lieutenants and inspector lying to try to get a fellow police inspector fired, or they do on homicide cases to railroad someone to go into prison. That's a huge public issue that you guys should think about. I mean, I don't know this, you guys have got a lot to think about, but I think public interest demands that the hearing transcripts, everything be released to the public, and the public can make a decision for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the matter is with the task force. Member Rummel.
Is there any way, or do we have procedures to take matters under submission and not make decisions about them immediately? Because this is an interesting case. It is very complicated, and you know, I think it would benefit the task force to issue something that was reasoned and thought out instead of just like voting up or down on whether or not there was a violation.
Mm-hmm. We can certainly continue this matter to the next meeting.
Well, are there any procedures for issuing? I mean, I know we do orders of determination or anything. Are there procedures for? And I think actually in the ordinance itself it says something about if, when possible, we should give written decisions. And I feel like if any case merited this that I've seen in my great span of two task force hearings, this is the one that has, you know, at least in my view, most deserved, you know, a written, thoughtful opinion.
Well, it certainly has sparked a lot of questions, and we have a bunch of attorneys here asking questions that really extend beyond this case, too. I'd like to hear from other members.
I think that would be a great idea. I don't know how to have the board approve that sort of determination, and where the burden would lie in terms of who makes that decision. But I'm interested in issuing a more formal determination as well. It's a really intricate legal issue, I think.
Member Oka.
Yes, I agree. This is a very, very interesting, complex, and intriguing case. I think we have the authority to call a special session with one item and one item only, do we not?
That is at your discretion.
I'd like to hear what other members, I mean, that would be possible. I'd like to hear what other members have to say. Member Wolf and then Member Pilpel.
I mean, it seems like there's a lot of sort of, for us non-lawyers, there's a lot of different like case decisions and how those are interpreted that this depends upon, particularly around the Copley decision and how that relates to like how that Copley decision has been interpreted in terms of both police commission hearings on the whole, and then how that then has turned into this commission, civil service commission. And I feel like I don't have the depth of understanding of each of these cases to really feel like I'd be making a decision based on an understanding of the law that I should have for making that decision. I feel like I'd be kind of going in this blind.
Member Rumwald.
So,
I'm sorry.
do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, Member Pilpel was next in the queue. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I tend to agree with the members who have spoken. I have no objection to continuing the matter. I asked for and got a copy of Copley and Berkeley Police, and I need to reread those. I read Long Beach. I need to get this post-decision as well that may have some bearing. It's very complicated. I think that if we want to continue it and if members want to propose specific language for findings, we have the option in an order to make more legalistic type findings as a basis for our decision. We tend not to, but we can, and I think this case, as was indicated, lends itself to that. As much as it's about the instant question of Inspector Lee's case, I think it is, as I said earlier, more about how we think civil service should go about it in the future on these types of matters, because I assume this is not the only discrimination complaint that they will hear, and it's certainly not the only thing that they will hear regarding police officers. And I'm not sure where I end up on this. I know more now than I did an hour ago, but I'm still no closer to where I would go on it.
Member David? Yes.
Yeah, so it sounds like we're moving towards, what's it called? Continuing, thank you. I always have trouble coming up with that word. Continuing the case. I think I think at the heart of the issue, and maybe I'm oversimplifying this, is the question of the right of privacy of peace officers. Right at the heart of it, right? Certainly, Lieutenant Lee has a tremendous personal story. Inspector Lee, excuse me, has a tremendous personal story, and I think we all kind of can understand it, or like have a feeling of like that there was some injustice done, that's kind of the feeling that at least I'm coming away with. But then when I look at the actual, okay, so we have no way to undo that injustice, and the question that's before us is at the heart is that this closed session, was that closed session justified? And at the heart of that is the question of, do peace officers have a special right to privacy that ordinary citizens don't? So it seems to me that if we're going to continue this, that would be the question that I think that is the main focus of what we need to look at. That's all.
Okay, what I'm thinking, I'm sorry, Member Hefner.
And the only other thing that I think we have mentioned and could be done right now is, request that a transcript of the hearing be released as redacted as it may be, but that may actually be informative in our determination of the underlying issue. And if it's something that can be done, I think it's probably appropriate.
Member Pilpel.
So, to Ms. Johnston, it sounds like you were about to comment about whether a redacted transcript could be made available and whether that would require an action of the commission or not.
So the commission has audio recordings. We don't have transcripts of our meetings.
Okay. I was actually going to ask about 67.12 of the admin code, disclosure of closed session discussions and actions.
Mm-hmm.
I forget in here, there's a maybe that's the wrong section. Sorry. No, that's the wrong section.
That one.
Could somebody help me? The section about closed sessions and tapes being kept, and they're kept forever, and that the tapes of closed sessions shall be released after all statutes of limitations have run, blah, blah, blah. Can somebody find that for me? Anyway, does anyone know what I'm talking about? Are we in the... Hello?
Yeah,
Okay. There's some provision that allows that. Under whatever that provision is, Ms. Johnston, in your opinion, when would the Civil Service Commission be able to release, absent action by this task force, the tape from that closed session?
Whenever the penal code says that we can. The provisions of the penal code trump provisions of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. So, although it may be under this Sunshine Ordinance, although it may be permissible to, or even mandatory to, release audio recordings of closed session matters, that does not mean that we would be able to do so if the penal code would not permit such a disclosure. Okay, so I can see, for example, whether it's next week or in 10 years, if not a transcript, the tape of the meeting with some masking or redaction of the officers' names. Can you see circumstances where other information besides officers' names might have to be redacted in a transcript or tape of the closed session? So, through the chair, putting aside the fact that I don't know how you would redact an audio recording.
I haven't figured that out yet. One thing at a time.
But any identifying information and would have to be redacted because you'd be able to use that to identify the officers. So. Let's say, for example, he identifies this person by position in a particular unit. You'd be able to use that information to identify the officer. So we would have to redact all of that.
Right, but the actions that were cited, can you think of any reason why anything other than the identity of the officers would need to be redacted?
Without disclosing too much, that information could be used to identify the individuals.
Through the chair,
okay.
Member Pilpel.
Maybe this is the problem with this whole statute, is that it, in my view, is sort of overbroad in protecting all of this information, regardless of the public interest in disclosure.
There might be a way around the...
Member Highland.
6712A, the disclosure shall be made through the presiding officer of the body or such other person who was present in the closed session or whom he or she designates to convey the information. In other words, I'm reading that we can have someone that was at that session present to us what took place.
The body, in response, the Civil Service Commission could authorize a member to disclose all or part of their discussions. They've elected not to do so according to the minutes, and I'm not sure. A careful read of 67.12 suggests that it's not clear if there was a specific disclosure that was required of their action, in particular the April meeting action, which we heard might not have yielded a decision.
Okay, with all due respect,
It's
I think
complicated.
it doesn't really, from what I'm hearing, it doesn't really matter what the Sunshine Ordinance says, according to the Civil Service Commission. It's really what the Penal Code says. So until we understand what the Penal Code says, we're going to be butting heads with them. So I want to move us forward. So I'm hearing that we'd like to consider these very complicated issues further. What I'm wondering, though, is are we thinking that with this additional work we might end up finding a violation? Or is what we have in mind a better understanding of the issues in this case, which are complicated, but which may have bearing on other matters? So which is it? Is this a case that we want to bring back because we may think that after some further deliberation we'll possibly find a violation? Or is this a matter removed from this case? Member Wolf.
I mean, I don't think it's so much about finding a violation because we as a body can't figure out how this stuff should happen so much as figuring out the way forward and whether or not the records from this meeting should be made public. And I think that it's a really important thing to really spend some time digging into, because basically the city is putting itself in the place of protecting the identities of the people accused of these acts. And maybe that's the way that the law is written and needs to be, but it's certainly a very discomfortable way that those pieces fit together from my perspective. And I think we really need to look and see how the penal code, where the penal code ends and the Sunshine Ordinance begins, along with the CPRA and everything else, and sort of see where the common ground are and where our hands are tied and where we do have some flexibility.
Member Oker. In my case, I think this may have a bearing on future cases, how we decide future cases, because I think many of the issues that I need to look at are around what can be redacted, what should be released as public, and that kind of thing. So that's why I'd like to get into this a little bit more in depth.
Member Highland, and then Member Hefner, perhaps.
This is just theorizing here, and this is more for the benefit of the new members as they exit the room. But there's several different. That's okay. There's still different paths we could take here. We could find a violation. We could send it to a committee. We could deliberate further, and at least, make a stance, if you like, in the sand. That's one option we could take. Another option is just to continue it. But I'm really thinking of all those other cases that are sitting behind this. This is important, but we've spent a good 2 hours on this, and we're all kind of on the same page. I think we need to capture this moment somehow, some way, rather than just a mere continuance, and try and maybe assign this, at least reach a benchmark here and then move forward. I don't know if we can do that procedurally or not without finding a violation. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Okay. Member Hefner and then Member Pilpel.
Moving forward, I'm inclined to not find a violation, as I think that this falls under 67.10B, the second portion of that, regarding complaints or charges brought against an employee or another person or employee. I'm a little troubled in making that determination because I don't necessarily agree with the law, but I think that's under our purview to make that determination based on that section of the Sunshine Task Force. Going forward, I think it would behoove us to have a more thorough understanding of whether these types of hearings, based on the privacy of police officer personnel records, should be private. But that's where I'm leaning, is against finding a violation in this circumstance.
Through the chair, I just had another thought. Could we invite Mr. Lee to make a formal request now for the written transcripts? Or
aren't any. And he's not going to get the tape at this point.
Yeah, there are no
Never mind.
transcripts, and all there is an audio tape that wouldn't be released because it would be obvious what was being said about whom.
Never mind.
I had another.
Member Pilpel and then Member David.
Since we're thinking a little bit out of the box, I looked at the counsel on the Copley and Berkeley cases, and I'm wondering if Member Rumold is friends with these other lawyers who specialize in these matters, perhaps Mr. Schlosser or Schlossberg from the ACLU. I don't know if Kelly Sager is a he or a she. Mr. Ewert from CNPA. They've spent a lot of time on all of these cases. In particular, the ACLU, I know, has followed police practices in San Francisco for a long time and has been very involved in how the police commission conducts its hearings. I would frankly be interested in those outside counsel and their views of how police disciplinary hearings, whether it's at the commission or at civil service, how those are handled and how those should be handled. That might have some real bearing on this. Of course, if I have an NSA question, I know who to ask, but anyway. Thanks.
Member Rummel.
So I don't know any of those people, so that won't be particularly helpful there. If we are going to vote on finding a violation tonight, I won't be able to vote affirmatively. But that's not to say that if I looked at, we got this packet 3 days ago, 4 days ago, and I just don't feel comfortable assessing whether or not it violated the ordinance or not at this point.
Okay, Member David.
Yeah, so I just wanted to answer the question that you asked, Chair, and that I'm in agreement with Member Hepner and his kind of his summary of this is that I would be leaning towards not finding a violation. So.
All right. I'm actually feeling the same way, but I also feel that I don't understand this case very well. And so we could move to continue it, and the burden would be on members to do some homework and to bring it back for any help that we can get from Ms. Johnston, who's done lots of homework on this, and from our members who want to spend time with the material. That would, Member Rummel.
So I would, I thank Ms. Johnson and Mr. Lee for coming out, and I actually don't, I think we've heard the arguments and we've heard all the facts, so I think, hauling them back here would kind of be a waste. So if it was possible, I'm happy to do the legwork on, diving in a little bit here and producing something for the board to consider at a later date.
Well, I think though that we need to bring them back, because if we're in light of new thinking and research, we may have questions for them that would bear to this particular case.
But we don't have to re-argue the facts. There's no real dispute.
Right. Okay. So do I hear a motion to continue this matter?
Also move.
Second.
Okay. So
Call the chair, maybe.
Call the chair.
to the call of the chair. Okay. So I need to see that there's been some work and there's been some movement to bring it back.
Madam Chair, just a procedural question. Does that need to be voted on, or do you just?
Yes.
I'd like to hear public comment on it, too.
Oh, okay. I just.
Okay.
When you said call the chair, I just got. Anyway.
Oh, no. I meant, no. We are going to vote on
motion
the
to
motion.
continue to.
And then it'll come back on the agenda when it's ripe.
Are we still discussing that?
Oh, yeah, if you want. Yeah, go ahead.
So just to clarify for me, you're saying that the motion is to continue this to the call of the chair, to bring this back, to bring everybody back, and to continue discussing this. Is that correct?
Okay. No one is making a motion to find a violation. We feel that we need more information. But the information we need is some review of cases, some further thought by our attorney members and other members who are studying this, like Member Pilpel. And then when all of you produce materials that would help us think about this case, and realizing too it has broader implications, then we put it on the agenda, and it may be we need more information for this particular case or not, but we will have another hearing. Member Rummel.
I wonder if it would be possible to make the parties coming back discretionary, because if we're going to seek their legal, if what we're going to do is come up with like some type of legal document, we already have all the facts that they've volunteered for us. If it would be, based upon what we come up with, if it would be possible for them to review it, and at their discretion, if they feel like there's a mistake in it, or if we've erred in some way, then they could come back and say their piece, and that way. But if they agree with it, then they don't have to come back.
That makes sense.
Is that possible?
I mean, they can always choose not to come to a meeting. That's always there.
We're not
Member-
going to find a 21E violation if Ms. Johnston.
Right. Member Wolf.
So in terms of doing the research on this is just sort of a ethics of the body, I guess, question. Like, research for me frequently involves calling people and asking them what they think about it, like calling the lawyers that are on these cases. Is that appropriate to do as a member of the task force, or does that create some sort of weird communication thing that shouldn't happen?
All issues should be routed through the administrator, and I will transmit it to whatever party is involved just to create a record of it. Are there any questions left for Deputy City Attorney Cola as he is about to depart?
I don't believe so. The remaining items on the agenda will be covered fine by us. Thank you.
So,
Member Pilpel.
So just to follow up with Member Wolf, as I said, I would be very interested in the opinions of those lawyers. Since they're not parties to the case, I'm not sure that we're precluded from speaking to them and or asking for their opinion if they choose to review the case file and would like to offer an opinion. I would very much be interested in reading that. You know, I'm willing to make calls or not make calls. I think if we do get any documents, it should be sent to Victor and distributed to all of us. But I'm just interested in soliciting that view, which we traditionally don't do. But I think, again, in this case, it would help. If they've got something to say, I'd like to hear it.
And so everybody needs to be clear. Everything needs to go through Victor, and we can't be discussing any of this amongst ourselves via email or anything. We don't want to have a seriatim meeting here. Okay. So everything goes through him.
But if I call up Arthur Schlesser from the ACLU and he talks to me, but he doesn't want to send me an email, do I then call Victor and say what Arthur said?
You can write me an email for distribution to the entire task force.
Okay. Thanks.
So can we be clear then, are you willing to contact those folks? That would be great. I would love that.
I can't take responsibility for doing that. I plan to do that, but okay. I just started a new job yesterday, so.
Is it going okay so far? Okay.
So far, so good.
All right.
All right. Now, I'd like to hear public comment on what we've decided to do here.
Good evening, members. Bruce Wolf. I think it's imperative that you continue this. Obviously, there's so many intricate and complicated issues here. Some people haven't read through the penal code. Some people don't know the penal code. But what I would suggest is this task force in many, many, many years has had this kind of issue come up before. One of the things that the task force tries to do first is to see if it has ruled on a similar kind of case before. So that way you have precedent based upon your own experience. Well, not maybe individual experience, but the body's own experience. So I think that's a really important factor that you should consider first. There is and has been difficulty in maintaining some sort of a database of that to be able to have something searchable. But I think you can ask your administrator and or legal counsel to possibly do that. They probably have something readily available where they can actually research that. I think it's also important to know that the question of whether documents can be undisclosable, I think that is a red herring. I think all documents, all public information are considered public, and that it's up to the respondents, as they are attempting to do, to show that why they wouldn't be disclosable. So I think you must start with that all documents are public, all information is public first. And I think the questions on redaction are important. The interesting question about redaction of something on video or on audio, that's an interesting point. Something I would myself research. On Member Wolf's question about contacting other people outside. I don't see it being any problem for any member to go out and do their own research for their own personal need. There's no prohibition for that. If you are asking for information that you want to share with somebody else, I think, as suggested by your administrator, that it be sent to him. I think, in my experience on this body, that would be appropriate. Thank you.
I'm personally struck by the last thing that Inspector Lee said, that if this has happened in a homicide unit, what would happen in a homicide case? And I don't know if Mr. Lee was around during the JJ and Soda Pop Sunnyvale murders, but that was a very disturbing issue. They both spent a considerable amount of time in prison, and then their conviction was overturned on appeal, and they sued the city. And that was a type of thing in the homicide unit, which at the time was very disturbing. And J.J. Tennyson worked at the public defender's office while it was going on, and he freely talked about it. I would urge members here to look at this very carefully, and hopefully his last statement would be, coming up in your ears as a kind of a cautionary thing, because it did happen. And then there's the question of the statute. If you could look into it and say, well, how long does this statute run? That might be important also. All right.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Yeah. Can you tell me what the parameters of the motion are? You're going to continue it for what, 2 weeks, a month? Where's the motion?
It's to the call of the chair.
To the call of the chair? Okay, I'm in opposition to that. It's unfortunate that a lot more public meetings now are being held in closed session pursuant to the advice of the city attorney. So it's a very important issue. But part of your inability to make a decision tonight is your lack of preparation for this item on the agenda. You've had the packet for 3 days, and presumably you have 2 attorneys on this task force. The task force is a lot of work. It's a lot of work if you do it right. But you signed up for it. So I'm disappointed that the 2 attorneys weren't more prepared regarding the legal issues here. It doesn't seem like too many members of this task force have the knowledge of the closed session provisions of Chapter 67. Okay? So, you got 45 days to decide cases, and you're putting this important issue off to the call of the chair. That doesn't give you any incentive to do anything for the next 30 days on this case. This task force is a lot of work, but you need to put the work in order to get results and resolve cases. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Oh, no, Mr. Lee, you're a party to the case, so. Mr. Gracias.
Yes. Carlos Gracias. I just want to give you guys some observation. Again, I believe Ms. Johnson's description of job duties come across equal employment opportunities, and you need to drill her on this, because the EEOC has some case that will, and that's federal law, that will trump even the penal code. And some of the members touch bases on his right to the accused, to confront the accused. All these things are pertinent, and I believe Ms. Johnson is misleading you guys in some way, because she's cleverly showing not to disclose EEOC protocols and EEOC issues, which will make this public. And Also, I bring to the attention of the board so that you will look into the SF merit system. That also implies officers are city employees are subject to the SF merit system, and I believe these few things you should consider to help Mr. Lee out, because I don't think that, yes, you're delaying it, it doesn't give him a fair shake, to be honest with you. And in addition, I think there's certain things you've overlooked. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Young, would you call the roll on the motion?
On the motion to continue to the call of the chair, Member Rummel.
Aye.
Rummel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Pilpil. Aye. Pilpil, aye. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member David.
No.
David, no. Member Fisher.
Born on this. No.
Fisher, no. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair of Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes.
Thank you. Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda, please?
Item number 8, file number 14065, Civil Grand Jury Report, Ethics in the City, Promise, Practice, or Pretense.
All right. This is a lengthy document. I've reviewed it, made some notes. It needs more careful reading on my part, but I was specifically looking for recommendations that involved us. And we have 60 days to respond to this report. I don't know when the clock started ticking. Was it June 26th?
June 26th.
June 26th. So we have 30 minutes set aside tonight for this. The hour is late, but we don't have much time to deal with this. So right now I would like to hear from members about how you suggestion strategies for reviewing, deliberating, coming up with a response. Member Pilpil.
I have some thoughts on that, but again, the hour is late. I know that there are members of the grand jury that are here that have been waiting for hours. I'd actually like to hear from them first, if we could, and how they want to frame their inquiry and their recommendations to us and what they want us to think about. I'd like to hear from them.
I didn't realize that the members were here. So
hanging out in the back row,
oh my
being very
goodness.
quiet.
I was wondering who you all were. I wish I had known, but okay. So I invite you each to, one or all, to let us know ideas for how we can work with you.
Okay.
Welcome.
And you know your internal process better than I do, so let's sort of lay a few things out.
Okay.
My name is Robert Van Ravensway. I was with this grand jury. I chaired the committee that wrote this report. We have like 29 findings and recommendations with sub-findings and so forth. There's 5 that are addressed to the Sunshine Task Force. You know, by way of background, we sort of came to this because prior grand juries had looked at the Ethics Commission. We had grand jury members who were sort of concerned about appearances of improper behavior by city officials. So we started looking at the institutions involved and pretty quickly came to the realization that transparency is a big part of the effort to get people to act ethically. That when things are done openly, people seem to act in a more proper manner, shall we say. So that had us looking at some of the Sunshine Task Force issues and obviously looking at the Ethics Commission. Pretty soon you get into this whole question of the relationship between the two bodies. So I'm not going to run through all the details in the report. Generally, we're aiming at getting more and more things made public. In terms of what you do, I mean, you're a policy body too. You're supposed to, consider what's going on with public meetings and public documents and so forth in a broad sense, as well as what you're doing tonight, which is basically hearing cases. So one of our recommendations is that you, in conjunction with the Ethics Commission, work out a process to use independent hearing officers to build records of these cases. So you're basically getting things that are a little better postured when they come to you. And in those circumstances, it could be set up such that members could be in attendance at the hearings and so forth, but it wouldn't tie down the whole body for hours at a time. And I note that there's really dual jurisdiction from an enforcement standpoint between you and the Ethics Commission. Complaints can be brought both here and at the Ethics Commission. But the Ethics Commission has maybe, some different ways of operating. And since you have an ultimate finding at the end of sort of improper conduct in office, which has, other implications as you work through the charter, it's just kind of a tangled mess. But I think you'd really be much better served to have somebody else put the hearing record together. In terms of other things that we raise, we call for an effort to sort out the status of emails and text messages, particularly emails that deal with public business that are in private accounts. I realize some of this is in litigation right now, but the city can, sort of state its own position on this. We notice a number of departments have failed to post on their websites lists of their outside funders. And there's some pretty egregious examples of that. I don't know if you need complaints or if this is something that you can investigate on your own motion, and you might be able to tell us that. Same kind of question comes up about calendars. They're supposed to be kept under the Sunshine Ordinance. We went through a number of calendars, and the level of specificity in the calendars begs a lot of questions. And is this something that you need a complaint to look at, or something that you can look at in your own motion? What do you think about it in a general sense? And we also raise question of whether administrative staff is being trained properly on the calendar requirement for public officials. So those are sort of the main points. We also call for potentially a blue ribbon task force to be appointed by the mayor to help sort out the relationship with the Ethics Commission. Whatever you think about that, it's up to you. So that's basically where we come from. I understand you may want to do some of this in committee initially. And yes, this is supposed to be in by the end of August.
Right. We do have a standing committee, Compliance and Amendments Committee, where we were thinking this might best fit. And it will be meeting, it's the third Tuesday. We also...
It's the 15th of July.
Okay, July 15th. And the calendar, or the agenda isn't finalized, but it needs to be by tomorrow.
Okay.
So this is something that, it's a fairly light agenda otherwise. We also meet as a full task force. We sometimes have special meetings. We've been having them frequently because we have such a backlog of cases. So that's another way to get some additional input. Give us a chance to deliberate, hear from members of the public, which we'll certainly want to do. So there's a possibility of having a second meeting of this task force later in the month, I believe, month of July. So, yeah, that would be the timeline, right now. I think we should start pulling ideas and this month, and then within the 60 days have have our statement about what we think of this. The ideas, I have to say, this is me just personally, I think there's some exciting ideas. And I thought the report was easy to follow. The matrix is great. It's a great place to start for all of you to really see the bigger picture. But what we have to respond to is fairly circumscribed, so it's not like we have to comment on all of it, which is daunting. The Ethics Commission is going to have a really big job. So, other members, any question? Member Rummel?
Could I just ask a little bit about how the independent officer, or how you saw the independent officers and building records for the hearings? That strikes me as a fantastic idea, and I'm certainly interested in.
Well, I'll tell you, there's a lot of ways to approach it, and one of our members who may want to speak had a fair amount of experience at the Public Utilities Commission, with independent hearing officers building records for the commission, and we did talk to some of the deputy city attorneys briefly about it, and they say there is sort of a process within city government to pull this off, but I don't have all the details of it. Okay, and it's the sort of thing. It's not going to happen overnight. I mean, because I think you and the Ethics Commission have to sort of get on the same page and try and build a record that is good for both of you.
Right. Member Pilpel?
But I mean, that case you just had, I mean, geez, you got all kinds of legal questions in there that are complicated. And there's this whole layer of, privacy protections, potentially trumping public disclosure that gets really complicated when you're looking at potentially unethical behavior by employees. Mm-hmm. And, where do you kind of draw lines? Because if it's all secret, then there's, shame is a very strong incentive for people to act properly. And if it's all just kind of private, and, you got suspended for a week and we'll not talk about it again, that seems to be the case a little more than we'd like to think.
Member Pilpel?
I have a great story about shame, but I won't tell it right this moment. Nice to see you again. I also appreciate the ideas. There are some real thought in this report about ethics, about us, about sort of the broad view of things. I think you said that there were 5 areas. I only had 4. I've got 11, 12, 17, and 20.
Well, there's a 20A and a 20B.
Okay, the A's and B's,
Yeah.
both in the findings and the recommendations. Okay,
Yeah.
That's cool. I actually thought that we could send this both to compliance and to EOT, and that they might both have thoughts, maybe EOT more on the calendar and the source of outside funding stuff, compliance maybe more on hearings and the hearing officer stuff. And anyway, it seemed like there was a lot to talk about, and if we have an opportunity to do that perhaps twice in committee before we come back to the full body at the end of July, we can start to come up with more substantive responses and maybe adopt them in August.
That makes a lot of sense. I like that idea.
And I'd like the opportunity to be able to interact more with the grand jurors who have spent a lot of time. And it's just as we talked about having new faces and fresh blood, it's nice to have others who haven't sat on this side and see your perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway.
So EOT meets?
On the Monday just before yours.
The 14th.
Okay. So it would be EOT on the 14th and compliance and amendments on the 15th. Full task force on the 22nd.
We haven't decided on.
We haven't decided it. Okay. All right.
There are more members of the grand jury.
I know, yes.
Hi, I'm Larry Bush. I'm also a member of the grand jury and sat on this committee. I just want to underscore the point about calendars in 2 respects. When we were looking at the fact that so many, actually none of the city officials had calendars that met what the Sunshine Ordinance requires, we looked to see what training they had, since they all do say that they've had training in the Sunshine Act. And the training doesn't include any information on calendars, not in the video and not in the written materials. So I would recommend that the task force make some effort to include information on calendar requirements. That's number 1. Number 2 is the board has exempted itself from requiring to have a calendar. or to disclosing the calendar. And I think that you might want to recommend that members of the Board of Supervisors also, like other city officials, maintain calendars that are disclosable, because that would give you a better idea of lobbying that's going on at the board and interactions between board members and department heads and so forth, all of which have an impact on how public policy is formed. I just want to make those points.
Thank you very much.
Through the chair.
Member David?
Yeah, I'm just curious. When I read that, and maybe Mr. Bush, maybe you can come back and speak a little bit more to this, because when I was very surprised when I read that in the report that Board of Supervisors don't have to keep a calendar, because it was my experience or my understanding that there are public requests made of supervisors for their calendars all the time, and that that they are provided. So I'm wondering, is this a spirit of the law? Do they tend to comply, but there's no law that tells them to do that?
That was our experience. We sent in a request to each member of the Board of Supervisors, and almost all of them provided examples of their calendars. We chose a particular period of time and asked everybody to give calendars. But one supervisor wrote back and said, we are not required to maintain a calendar. And of course, that question was then posed over to the city attorney's office: is that in fact the case? And it is in fact the case that the board is not required. Thank you.
No, they're not. Oops. We need to amend the Sunshine Ordinance.
We chose not to name their name, but maybe they're peace officers.
Just on that point, there is a separate finding and recommendation that they should adopt a rule internally.
Okay.
Because legislative body and all that. And frankly, this ordinance is really hard to amend. I mean, it basically has been adopted by the voters, and so any amendment, except for very minor kind of, supporting amendments that, simplify the world somehow, would have to go to the voters.
Well, there's a movement afoot that maybe that'll happen.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been working for years to figure out ways to strengthen the ordinance. And, I think now's a good chance.
Thanks.
Invite other members of the grand jury.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm Elena Schmidt. I was the foreperson of the grand jury. I just will add a couple of very minor things. When we talked about the calendars, indeed, most of the Board of Supervisors did provide the calendars, but it was only who they met with. It wasn't the subject. It didn't include everything that you asked for when you're talking about the calendars. And the other, to go into a little bit about having a independent hearing officer. So I did have some experience with at the public utilities at the state level, and we dealt with administrative law judges all the time. And so what they basically do is they do all the pre-work that you were asking about tonight in the case that you had. So they would interview the clients, the pros and cons, or whatever you want to say, the client and whoever responds, and they would get all the law out in front of you. They would lay out, these are all the findings of facts, these are the things that you need to consider, so that when it comes to you, it is a case that you can look at, and now you can begin to make decisions and not have to think about all the implications that you don't know, and how much should you know before you could make a decision.
So we gave you a very good example of a case study for you.
That's right. We were all back there saying this is exactly what we were, had been thinking about. It's true.
Well, we were happy to oblige.
Thank you. I'm glad you're interested in it. I appreciate that a lot.
And through the chair,
Member Highline.
It's just interesting that, we've always relied upon the district attorney's summation. City attorneys. I promoted him. But, I think it's much better that we do our own work as much as possible.
Right. Is there another member of the grand jury who wants to speak?
Thank you for coming and sitting through all.
Yes, thank you so much.
Oh, I'm glad it was somewhat helpful. All right. At this time,
Public comment?
pardon me?
Public comment?
Oh, public comment. I'm sorry. Oh.
All right.
I want to thank members of the grand jury for their report. Excellent report. Hopefully won't sit on the grand jury's shelf in the Board of Supervisors and come up in 9 months, and then the responses are, well, we're working on them. We've made progress since your recommendations. And I do want to apologize to them for having to wait 5.5 hours to present 5 minutes for you. So, perhaps you can have them present more completely in your Education and Outreach Committee, and then that committee can make recommendations to the full board, since you have a full plate in terms of other cases pending in front of the task force. But I have trouble, in reading the report, either reading the report or talking to a grand juror, whose name I won't name. They said that this task force did not cooperate with the grand jury during their investigation. For some reason, they contacted members of the task force and didn't get any cooperation. If I'm wrong, the members of the grand jury, some of them are behind me, and they can correct the record. But the impression I got from either the report or talking to 1 or 2 members of the grand jury is that the task force was not very cooperative in terms of their investigation regarding just task force, ethics, and other city agencies and departments. So I hope that's incorrect.
Yeah.
But once again, I want to thank them. Excellent report. It is sad that their recommendation to enforce ethics in government should go out to the State Fair Political Practices Commission, because they're the only ones that they have confidence will enforce and end corruption in City Hall and in the mayor's office. That's sad. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Well, I have a question.
Yeah. I don't want to let go the charge that we weren't cooperative, because I
want to bring the foreperson up.
Yeah, the foreperson was rising too. I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm Lou Fisher. I was the chair of this body, and I am so publicly available and easy to find, and I never heard word one from you. I would have loved to have spoken to you.
We did not have any problem getting any information that we were after. Most of the information that we interviewed some people, and because we're
on this body,
because we're under confidentiality, I can't indicate who we interviewed.
No problem.
But let me say that
wasn't me.
There was no difficulty getting any information about the Sunshine Task Force, so I don't know where that came from. And I sat through almost all of the interviews.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that.
For what it's worth, I was not interviewed either.
All right. Okay. Mr. Wolf.
Bruce Wolf. I have not had the time to read the document, but have read some of the summaries around it, and really excellent work. Thank you for your continued interest in ethics in the city year after year. It's refreshing. Unfortunately, we don't get much action from it, but so be it. I want to bring your attention to Prop 59. I don't know how much of Prop 59 has been in play with regards to this, because that makes a requirement for all public officials to keep calendars. So for this Board of Supervisors to exempt themselves seems a little, I don't know what the right word is. I'll leave that up to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Okay. So this matter is with the task force. So the proposals are to agendize this for EOT, compliance and amendments, in 2 weeks' time. Well, less than 2 weeks, actually. And then We actually need to have another meeting this month for several reasons, not just this matter, but because we have such a backlog. And so our options for a second meeting this month would be what?
July 22nd.
July 22nd, okay.
We talked about that last time.
Yeah.
I think we did.
Point of
Yeah,
order.
we did talk about it.
Point of order? Did we
Member
skip-
Fisher.
Yeah, are we just moving right on to item 10 without closing out 8 and
No,
looking
we're
at
still
9?
on 8.
No, we're still on 8 because it's all, we're thinking about how we're going to respond
Okay.
to. So it's
Thank you.
just there's the two committees, the two standing committees, and then we would want, as a full body, to discuss any possible response.
Okay, thank you.
Member Pilpel.
So, through the chair, Victor, did you have a handout for us on?
I just copied a list of the questions or the recommendations from the civil grand jury onto a draft response letter. I do have it right here.
Oh, okay.
How colorful.
Thank you. This is several, right? Yeah. I want to make sure they're the same thing.
Oh.
So I got a few.
Oh, okay.
An extra. Thanks.
I think we also, this is helpful, and I don't know if you have more copies for the public? Maybe not. Maybe.
Got enough copies.
Anyway, I think we need to respond not just to the recommendations, but to the findings as well. Yes. So as I suggested earlier, I think referring this to both committees with the understanding that they will add comments to this and that we will have something back for further discussion on the 22nd would be fine. I don't know if we need to do that by motion. If we do, I'm happy to so move.
That's what I was envisioning. There may be another iteration if there's time, because we would have part of the month of August too and another full task force meeting. But I think we should make a lot of effort to get a lot of the work done this month.
Agreed.
So, yeah, do we need a motion
I believe
for our
we
plan?
do not need a motion at this time, except to continue this matter to the next meeting of the task force with a request to the subcommittees to calendar an item to discuss this matter and report out to the full task force.
Right, okay.
You want that as a motion?
It does not need to be a motion.
No.
It's
With that understanding, that's fine.
So that's the plan, EOT, CAC, and the full task force special meeting for this month on the 22nd.
I did hear that there was a thought to split the questions to have each committee consider a portion. I don't know if you want to consider that or just have each subcommittee consider all 6 questions.
Oh, Member Pilpel made an observation that some of these seem to fit more under EOT and others fit more under compliance and amendments. I don't know if it's that clear cut. I think it makes sense to have both committees work on these, and if EOT wants to make sure it covers and weighs in on certain ones, fine, and same with CAC, but we need to cover all of them.
Okay. On the motion to continue to the call, I would just say call of the chair, as I do not know an exact date at this time.
Okay.
On the motion to continue this matter to the call of the chair.
I thought we didn't.
I thought we didn't have
This
a
is just to continue it to the next meeting of the task force.
Okay, without objection?
Without it.
Okay.
I can go through my administrator's report very quickly. Item number 9, Administrator's Report. I received approximately 230 calls, emails, and office visits over the last month. I will discuss the votes on meeting minutes at the next meeting. I can delay that.
Okay.
Attached in part of your administrative report is a copy of the Statement of Incompatible Activities distributed by the Clerk of the Board on June 23rd, 2014 for your review. The Clerk of the Board is required to send that out on an annual basis, and this is her official notice to the members and distribution. I have listed the complaints filed over the last month. The complaint logs for the last 3 years are attached. And pending complaints, we have a total of 58 pending complaints. Of those 58, 28 are by anonymous.
All right. Member Rummel.
Can I ask, what's the, do those anonymous complaints generally get resolved?
It is one person.
Okay.
But there's a
Otherwise, people would anonymize.
there's a story. There's an important story to that, and one version of it is that the individual, in some cases, has made multiple complaints against the department and named several people in the department and asked for the complaints to be heard separately. And I think there's some ongoing discussion about whether they can be consolidated to some extent. And there was also a request to the task force to put all of that individual's complaints on hold based on whatever factors involve the complainant. And so they've all been sort of put aside, not that they're not going to be heard, not that they've been resolved, but they're sort of in their own place. Gotcha. That's my version of the story, and others can opine differently.
I had one other question, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
What is the rate that mediation, and you don't have to give me like an exact number, but of complaints filed to complaints that you successfully mediate?
I would say 1 in 10, maybe 1 in 15.
Okay.
And many of them are not official complaints. Many of them are just mediated without any formal paperwork.
Yeah. Okay.
Member Wolf.
I'm sorry, was that 1 in 15 are successfully mediated, or 1 or 15 aren't able to be mediated?
Out of 1 in 15, a complaint is filed, and I am able to resolve the problem without a task force hearing.
Okay, thanks.
I would have thought that number would be higher. I don't know. It seems like you're keeping the gates.
Those are the official complaints. There are the unofficial ones where there are phone calls, and I'm able to get them the information that they need.
And that was a 260 number that you're referring to?
Those are the phone calls. I'd say it's very. I have no number on it, but 2 to 3 a week, I'm able to resolve at least.
You were selling yourself short.
Yeah. Right.
Is there any public comment on the administrator's report?
I would just like to say that it's glad to have an administrator. When I first came to the task force in 2005, we had a really good administrator, then he left, and then we didn't have one for a long time. So I do believe that if people are coming in and they say, I need help, that's a great opportunity for administrator to help. Actually, it's not just the administrator, for this office, for this department, to help members of the public in that way. Versus trying to dissuade people who have complaints to try and mediate. If they really want a complaint to go forward, let them have their complaint. I think that's a right of the people. I think what's also important to be careful of with consolidation, we've been through this backlog for a long, long time. The concern I have about consolidation is that you then reduce the opportunity for the complainant to have their time to speak on each and every individual concern for each department or persons that the complaints are about. So even though the topic may all be more or less the same, it's kind of a slippery slope at that point, and I think it's important to be very careful about consolidation. I do understand that, somebody tries to get some information, they go to department. They're not getting the information that they need, and their only recourse they feel is here. So I would just be cautious about that. Thank you.
Through the chair.
Thank you. Member Highland.
Could I actually ask Mr. Wolf something based on what you just said, since you have experience in this area? I tend to agree and disagree on the consolidation issue, and I think that's something I'd like to talk about more with this group, and this is a good forum to do it. I think if we're giving the complainant and the respondents a chance to weigh in on the consolidation, I think that's fair. And if we give them the cumulative time, 15 minutes instead of 5, 5, and 5, I think that's also fair. There have been a couple of times where it's actually worked. Like, members of the public were getting up and complaining about that, but I think then Acting Chair Fisher's decision was a good one, and that those cases linked together nicely, and we got through 3 cases in 2 hours, 2.5 hours, which would have taken 4. And, we're all about efficiency. So I think, I'd respectfully disagree in the consolidation as long as it's done carefully and with permission. Another thing I want to throw out is possibly hearing some of these consolidated cases in committee first, taking the public comment at that point, recommending it to the full committee without public comment because it's already been heard, and getting through things much more quickly. Now, that I think was done in the past.
Complaint committee. We had a complaint committee.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to get more efficient, and I'm open to, your institutional.
I would say that the loss of the complaint committee was detrimental.
Why was it a loss? Was it just discontinued, or?
It was a matter of we didn't have an administrator at the time, and so being able to have minutes taken and everything, things like that, became kind of burdensome. So for just members to have to do all that work, and some commissions they don't have staff at all. So but for this kind of body, it's essential. So, but the complaint committee, even though it's an extra meeting for a few people to show up on, it actually is very helpful in weeding out those details. Now, I just want to be clear in my testimony just before. I was not saying don't do consolidation. There are some cases where things can be consolidated because it's very clear that the issues are exactly the same. And so for it to daisy chain from department or person to person, then you consolidating it may be a good idea. But I'm just saying that's a slippery slope because there may be certain nuances between each step that person or that complainant was taking that it would be important for them to be able to voice the difference between each one. They couldn't possibly do it in the initial time frame. Giving them more time, agree.
I'd like to hear more about that complaint committee. I might get in touch with you directly about that if I may. Thank you.
Sure, my pleasure. Thank you.
Yes, it was around when I first joined the task force for a very short time, and then we lost the administrator. So I
have experience
made a note.
As well.
Yeah.
There are times when I would say, and to former member Wolf, I would say there are times when it worked and it worked well and it really helped, and there are times when it didn't help, and towards the end, the general view was it wasn't helping more than it was helping, and so that's why it went away. But it doesn't preclude us from trying it again and trying it differently. For
Maybe
example,
certain types of cases, especially these multiple cases, can be heard in committee first, and then.
Again, whatever helps. I think we're all into things that work and things that help.
We're getting desperate. I mean, the 45-day rule is meaningless. Mr. Piccarello, do you have something to say?
Thank you. I also want to reiterate what Bruce said about Mr. Young, your administrator. You are very fortunate to have an administrator like Mr. Young. I have a couple of questions regarding the report, though. On page 2, you have receipt of my sunshine complaint in the middle of the page. And then below, you have, I guess, an email from Supervisor Avalos and an email from Supervisor Breed. I assume that those are in response to my complaint. Is that correct? On page 2
of the administrator's report? No.
Of the administrator's report. On page 2 of the communications, I'm sorry.
Of the log.
I'm sorry. You got two pages, yeah. My mistake.
About halfway through.
Mr. Young, are you following me?
Yeah.
You can stop the clock until he follows me.
Yes, presumably, yes.
Thank you.
There we go. I got it. Towards the bottom of page 2, right?
You there?
I do not track. This is just a list of all communications via email that I have received. I do not track if it's regarding a complaint or not. Maybe
you don't track.
Well, it says so in the subject line.
You don't
whatever the subject line states, but without looking at the email itself, I cannot give you an accurate opinion.
Well, here's my concern about that then, because see, if I file a complaint against the Board of the Budget and Finance Committee of Supervisor Avalos and Breed, our members, and they respond to you, but I don't receive a copy, I'm being denied due process, right? So it's important for you to identify what this email is and what it concerns. Because if it concerns my complaint, I'm entitled to get a copy of their response to you. Okay. And then when we file complaints online, I think it would be helpful for you to kick us back the number that you have assigned, and I assume that you assign the numbers the same day you receive the complaints. Maybe you don't. But it'd be helpful to the public that when they file a complaint, they get back a number as soon as possible so they can track where the case is, and they can then anticipate when they'll be presenting the complaint. Okay? And then I don't see the purpose of having 3 years of complaints presented in your administrative report. Why? I mean, that seems like a lot of work for you for no reason. So I don't know why you're giving 3 years of complaints to the task force members when 90% of them have been resolved. But most importantly, give me 10 more seconds. Yeah, and then we'll get out of here at 10 o'clock. If you get any responses to a complaint, then the complainant is entitled to those responses. Then they're not in your domain. They should be given to the complainant in terms of due process for the complainant to know what the respondent is responding to the complaint. Thank you.
Mr.
Ms.
Young?
Percolo, I would like to state that you did refresh my memory. Those were not actually responses. Those were requests to me asking how they should respond or what I was asking for. They did it. It was not an actual response.
Okay, but even so, any communications from the respondent, I think, should be copied to the complainant. That's all. Thanks.
Member Pilpel.
So we'll talk about this briefly in a moment on the next item about member initiatives. I definitely have task force complaint procedures and forms as a major topic that we need to get into. Not at all tonight, but in the future, and how complaints are handled, all of that is something that we need to talk about. And I assume that the reason that the 2012, 13, and 14 logs are here is that we still have pending complaints all the way back to 2012.
That is correct.
That's all I have.
Okay, that makes sense.
Not
It's
that we want to,
regrettable,
but we
but it,
do.
okay.
There being no further public comment, item number 10, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Member Initiative Work Plans and Meeting Schedule. I would like to bring up the potential July 22nd special meeting of this task force.
I believe we discussed this at the last meeting.
I just, Chair Washburn, sorry, I'm getting a little sleepy. I just really want to reiterate that the Tuesday, I personally find that the Tuesday meetings, that they competing with the Board of Supervisors meetings is just problematic. And that if it's our only opportunity to meet this month, I think it's fine. I just think we really should do all that we can to try not to be meeting at the same time as the Board of Supervisors meeting. That's my,
Right.
yeah.
Right. It's my understanding that the constraint here was when we had a room available.
And concerning Tuesday meetings, I can do all I can to pick complaints that will not interfere with members of the Board of Supervisors or other parties that need to attend. That, of course, that I cannot make accommodations for all public commenters at either meeting, but in terms of departments, I can try to eliminate the conflicts.
Okay. So, yeah, we were very aware of that. That's why we changed our meeting date to Wednesdays. So, any other, Member Wolf?
So is there no other day that the room's available other than Tuesday? Is that what's going on?
Or Friday.
And then what about the Wednesdays that we're not meeting here as the main meeting? Is that day available?
The room is booked year-round. We're lucky to have the days we have at the moment.
I think once a month to meet on a Tuesday and conflict as little as possible with Board of Supervisors is okay.
Yes, and my thought was that there are a lot of other cases that do not affect the supervisors. We can call in departments that don't go to Board of Supervisors meetings.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Member Pilpel?
I actually have two handouts on the member initiatives and work plan section when we're done with this. And to Member Wolf, if you show up on the wrong day, you may end up at the vicious animal hearing, which happens in this room. So be careful. I'm not suggesting that you. Never mind.
Which is my fiance's member of.
Yeah. See, right.
That's what it's called?
No, she's on the Animal Control and Welfare Commission. So, never mind. Okay,
All
so
right,
here's my
okay.
handout.
My
Two handouts on the other thing.
So everybody square on when we're meeting next? Do we need a motion?
Are we going to
show hands
have a meeting on July 22nd? It is at the discretion of the chair, but I would like to make that clear.
They're two different documents.
Oh, they're two different documents.
Vote?
We do not need to vote.
You
but
need a
I
show
just-
of hands of who's available?
Are we going
that
to
would
have
be
quorum?
helpful.
Who's available?
Who's available on the 22nd? Tuesday, July 22nd.
At 4 o'clock. All members are showing their hands except for Member Wolf, who has previously explained his issue, and Member Winston is not in the room at the moment to provide an answer.
Okay. Member Oka said he can make it.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Yes, as long as we started early, I believe Member Oka was willing to.
Right.
So, if I may?
Yes.
Okay. So I had handouts. Bruce, Victor, we've got extras with Bruce, and there are copies for Mr. Piccarello and the other Mr. Wolf. Anyway, pursuant to our discussion last meeting, I made a list of things that I wanted us to be dealing with. This is certainly not everything that we could be dealing with. These were just things that mattered to me, and I suggested the committees where it seemed appropriate for committee jurisdiction and things that were full task force. I also have a separate document where I attempted to distill out of the admin code, both the nonprofit ordinance and the sunshine ordinance, the powers and duties of the task force. Part of this came up earlier in discussion, but I thought this might be helpful and put that together. I'm not sure that we need to decide to include or exclude these things right now, but I did want to put them out there as things that I thought were important for us to talk about in the fullness of time.
Okay, so we'll have these to study.
for a while. And
I want to be clear, I'm not asking for us to do all of these things at the next meeting.
Okay.
All right. But certainly the annual report. Actually, the Supervisor of Records report for 2012-13, we haven't heard yet. And I'm now hearing that Paula Jessen, who's currently the Supervisor of Records, may not be continuing in that function much longer. So I think it would be good if we could schedule her report for the July 22nd meeting.
She has not indicated that the report is ready to be presented. I can ask her.
She's been on vacation. She's back on Monday. Anyway, I wanted her to be able to present that since it reflects her work through last September 30th.
Okay.
Anyway, and you know about the annual report, et cetera, et cetera. You can look at the list. If there are questions, no questions. Have a nice day.
This is a lot to absorb at this hour. Is there anything else for agenda item number 10?
May I ask if you wish to, you do not need to do it at this meeting, but I would like to point out that the Compliance and Amendments Committee only has 2 members at this time, and the Education Outreach has 4 members.
Okay, this is a chance to decide about what you want to do in terms of committee membership. And members are asked to serve on at least one committee. It would be great to have, the new committees formed, for this work we have coming up in 2 weeks. So I think what I'd like to, if you could all email me what you would feel passionate about, where you would like to work, and then I'll try to accommodate everyone.
Should we email you through Victor?
Yes, the email should come to myself.
Right, not me directly. And then,
That'd be good to explain a little bit more, just briefly about what those 2 committees are.
right, for the new members. So Education, Outreach, and Training is a committee where we sometimes send matters that we've adjudicated for when it's clear that a department needs further training or procedures in place. That committee also has had initiatives coming right from them to, for example, better publicize us and what we do. I know for a while that committee was sending out press releases about our findings, which we did that for a while. So, and then Compliance and Amendments, this is where we send matters that we've heard where we've issued an order of determination, and we want to see if the public records have been produced in the interim and kind of follow up. And we have another hearing like we have here, and then we decide what needs to be done. Maybe the matter is over. It usually isn't. It usually comes back here, and these are the tough nuts that we have. And that committee historically has also been where. Not sure how it all happened, how it ended up together, but where new amendments to the ordinance are drafted. And so we have plenty of ideas on how to amend this, and that's the committee where that work happens. And then there's some interest in the resurrecting the complaints committee. But that might be something that needs further discussion and thought. But maybe.
A temporary appointment can always be made and rearranged at any time.
Okay.
Allison, Victor, when is the next compliance and amendment?
The 15th.
Of this July?
Yes.
Of this month.
And EOTC is on the 14th, which is the Monday.
Yeah, Monday the 14th for EOT.
I can't make, so CAC only has
one member.
The 2 of us.
Yes.
I can't make it the 15th, so.
Well, we're going to have new members. So we're going to have to just...
We don't need to make the decision at this time, but...
No, not yet.
Yeah, we do.
I do need to put someone on the agenda, so I do need at least 2 members.
Yeah, I can't make it on the 15th.
Right. We need another person on there. Right now, it's just me.
I'm happy to show up as sort of an interim person.
And you may just fall in love.
I may fall in love with it.
Yeah. Good to have you. Okay. All right.
So I assume that there is a temporary appointment of Member Hepner to the Compliance and Amendments Committee.
Yes.
And
could be
what time
permanent.
does that mean?
4 o'clock in
July
in
15th,
this room.
Tuesday, 4 p.m. in this room.
Okay.
Next 2 Tuesdays are gone, or 15th and 22nd.
So until I hear otherwise, should I assume that I'm continuing as EOT chair and you're continuing as CAC chair? Does that work?
Right.
Okay.
For now, yeah. But we need full compliments and commitments and
Okay.
excitement and.
Well, there's lots of excitement. And the DOT is still the 4 members that continue, although if any other members want to come visit or sit, we'd be happy to have
Wait,
you.
we have 5 members, don't we? Don't we have?
We lost member Fisher to compliance.
Oh, I see. Okay, so us 4.
No,
Never mind.
you're still here.
Okay.
We didn't take public comment.
Public comment on
Item 10.
item 10.
That's Task Force Member Initiative, Work Plans, and Meeting Schedule. Seeing no public comment.
Item number 11.
Item 11, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items.
Member Wolf.
I have one future agenda item that I'd like to discuss at some point. I've tried to do the research on this, but I don't understand exactly how, when items are before the Board of Supervisors, the complete board does not hear public comment on those issues. It's only the committees, which is not the complete board. And in reading through the Brown Act, I'm confused, so I would like some sort of explanation. I've done a lot of Googling, and I still can't figure out how that is in alignment with the Brown Act. So I'd like an educational item on that.
I'm happy to talk to you offline. We can certainly have an agenda item about it at some point.
It is noted. And I will work with the chair to schedule an item.
Okay. Yeah, I've always been baffled by that, too. Member Rummel.
I would hope that very soon we should consider ways to eliminate the backlog of complaints. Like, I think that should take priority over anything else at this point, even hearing new complaints, because at the rate we're going, we are going to continue to have a backlog of complaints forever. No matter how many meetings no matter how many special session meetings that we have. So we have to figure out a more effective way to hear these cases, to hear them fairly, openly, and quickly.
So I think any suggestions you have about doing that, to forward them to Victor. And I've been thinking the same thing, scheduling a mix of new and old, just so the new ones don't become old. So but that doesn't seem fair to the old ones. Yeah, so.
Do you want an agenda item to talk about this?
We can discuss it. There's no reason to make a decision at this time.
I think we need to be bright and inventive and come up with some ideas that we haven't had before.
I think it's just basic math. I'm sorry, I was in the restroom when Member Rummel spoke, but I reflected this in our annual report. There's just not enough meetings or days. If you look at I believe we have 3 complainants who represent something like 60 complaints.
We have a total of 60. I only tracked Anonymous at this time, and she has approximately half. We have approximately 60 open complaints, and of those 60, Anonymous has filed half of them.
Okay, so at 5, there's 12 sessions right there. That's a year's worth. So
Can we set up an anonymous committee?
I'm still speaking.
Sorry.
So we have to start looking at combining complaints where we can. That's my suggestion. It's just simple math.
Through the chair, all joking aside, the complaint committee sounds like a great idea. Mm-hmm. But why not have the EOTC committee do 2 EOTC cases and hear 2 new cases? Same for compliant amendment. In other words, just filter it through all the different committees.
My issue with that is the task force, the committees need to be authorized to make a decision. Otherwise, the complainant would be able to not accept the subcommittee's decision and request a hearing before the full task force.
Okay, because I know the Board of Supervisors does it that way.
Yes,
They hear it in subcommittees, and then they refer their reports to the full committee. Can we not adopt something along those lines?
Well, if we have a complaint committee, so we have to look at the bylaws and description of that committee and how it's, and consult with people who know these things, but it might have.
Member Wolf is, or ex-member Wolf is shaking his head. You've been through this before, I take it? Yeah, it's squishy.
So,
but the complaint committee had authority?
Limited authority
The complaint committee basically would help if you had, like, let's say you had to deal with a consolidation issue, okay, where you're dealing with multiple complaints from the same person on the same department for the same piece of information or what have you. That's where that discussion would take place. Mm-hmm. And then you work with that complainant to try and come to a solution. And then that way you've done half the work to try and bring more efficiency to the full membership. Having the way the Board of Supervisors works in that kind of way, it's different because that's a policy body. You're doing judicial work, so it's different. People have a right to their due process, and so I think it's a little different kind of animal here, or fruit, whatever you want to call it. Thank you.
I guess in some cases, it is an opportunity for a member of the public to be heard, to have their matter thought about, considered, be questioned about, and that in itself may yield some results.
I mean, if I was a member of the public, I would need 3 out of 5 votes instead of 6 out of 11. That might be might be a better way of serving them. I don't know.
Yeah.
It also goes into account with the civil grand jury's recommendation that a hearing officer be involved, independent hearing officer. So it's a lot of thought.
Mm-hmm. It could be something, since there's precedent for it, since it's been done before, and given how desperate we are, could be something that we try. Otherwise, Member Fisher's absolutely right. The math is just daunting.
Against us. And just so the new members know, we inherited this 2 years ago. I don't know what the numbers were.
Not assigning blame.
No, it's okay. I mean, we were crippled for the first 6 months, and so that backlog grew, and then,
Public comment?
So I would make a very difficult suggestion that had I continued on this body, would have also suggested is that there be a commitment from members for more days of the month to have full meetings to catch up. And it's a difficult commitment because it means a lot of work and a lot of personal time, maybe work time. You have to take time off from work to get here earlier. But, there's always the weekends. Not many meetings happen here on the weekends. But I don't know, as far as staffing of your administrator and whether your legal counsel, whether they would, pay for that or not. But it is a way, because you're just fighting the clock. That's all it is. It's just the clock. Thanks.
Thank you.
And a calendar.
There's nothing in Chapter 67 that mandates you give 5-5-3-3 rebuttal. That's just a policy, but that happened, 10, 15 years ago. So, you could revisit that issue and give 3, 3, and 3. You don't have to give rebuttal to both complainant and respondent. That's not the way it works in the court. In a criminal case, prosecution, defense puts on, and then the prosecution rebuts. But then the defense doesn't get to rebut that rebut. And you can encourage, people that are going to speak, you say, okay, you have 5 minutes. Perhaps, you could say you have up to 5 minutes. Because when you say you have 5 minutes, you're telling them to speak for 5 minutes. You're encouraging them to speak. There's a lot of things you can do. The administrator could be a better gatekeeper in terms of the complaints, or maybe a salesperson in the sense of, what are you trying to achieve? And why don't we go this way instead of having 5 separate complaints about the same issue, records from 5 different people from the same department. That is not helping the person requesting the records, because the person just wants the records. It doesn't have to be against 5 people. So I think the administrator could do maybe a better job in gatekeeping and doing sales work as to who should be named in that way. And then again, perhaps you can ask the complainant and the respondent if they agree to have less than 11 members hear their cases. I don't know what precludes you from having less than 11 members hearing a claim. If there's something in the ordinance, I'm not aware of it. So ask them if you want to hear it by 6. So instead of having one panel of 11, you can have 6 and 5, or 6 and 6, rotate. But the way you're going is you're not going to get rid of the backlog, really, right? It's not rocket science. Yeah, that ain't going to happen. So unless you want to work 6 days a month, you got to be more creative. Thanks.
Thank you.
So,
Member Pilpel.
I appreciate that we had some chit-chat about it. I think this actually needs, frankly, to be an agenda item to talk about formally as an item so that other members of the public have an opportunity to comment on how we can better manage our workload and what other options we have. We heard a couple of ideas just now. There are other things. I don't want to talk about it right now.
It'll be on the agenda, okay?
And hopefully we will have more than 3 or 4 cases next time so that we can get through more stuff. I mean, I think it was good tonight because we needed a lot of time on the Lee case, but maybe we'll have some easier ones and we can do 5 or 6 next time.
There being no further business, is there a motion to adjourn?
Without objection.
There is, we don't need one.
Yeah.
Oh.
The meeting is adjourned.